Hello, I am Brandon, the humble host of Actual Play Broadcast. This will serve as an introduction to our broadcast for the time being. As we record and publish more, it shall change. We are still getting things set up, so apologies for any errors, skips, or silence that may occur. Everything will be smoothed out in due time. Please enjoy our broadcasts of various RPGs, and remember to tune in for more every week, as continuations or new adventures will be posted at such times. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
And we're going.
Hey.
Hello.
Baby, a triple.
Oh, shit.
Thank you,
Kilimanjaro.
Kilimanjaro. Thank you, Ray, for listening to another episode of the Actual Play Broadcast. We are doing Shadowrun. Do you have a name for this series other than Shadowrun? We have Old Fair.
It's just Portland Shadows.
Portland Shadows. Okay, I need to make note of that.
I think we did mention that in the very beginning, but I've since forgot.
Well, I
And
suck, so
for all the listeners as well, this is Portland, Maine, not Portland, Oregon.
true.
True.
Yeah. We have specified that previously.
But again, we'll specify it again, just in case. But Zemian is once again hosting this, so
Yeah, boy. Where did I have it open? There it is. Too many windows, too many tabs.
Oh.
All
I
right.
should probably actually make sure my character sheet's open. That's
Yes.
a smart
That's
idea.
probably a good idea.
Highly recommend all of you have your shit open. I had plenty of time to do that. So, while people are opening shit, who wants to do the recap?
oh, dude,
I'll do it.
yes, you do it.
Yeah, so we initiated our plans to kidnap the mayoral-elect. We lured her out to... Fuck, what was the name of the section?
Wyndham?
Yeah, to Wyndham, under the guise that one of her retinue was blackmailing her for a raise. And then we very promptly knocked the shit out of her by grappling and drugs. Military-grade drugs. Quickly got out of there, which was for the better, because it turns out she had... I don't think it was high HTC on its or HTR on its own, but she did have a notable dock wagon contract. We also had our Decker block the signal by just causing the biomonitor to just be restarting perpetually. And once we had gotten off the tail of dock wagon, by just laying low in some abandoned apartments in Wyndham, we brought her to our client, who was a bulgy troll that was very appreciative that he got the lady.
Oh, you don't know if he was the client. He was just who she was being delivered to.
Yeah. And
Some
then we
bad vibes.
contacted our employer and proceeded to get paid.
Also, go ahead.
I was going to say, and then our employer, appreciative of our efforts, has offered us more work.
Yes. More work.
Hopefully more
Every time
wholesome.
you do a good job, you just got to do more work.
Yeah. But this is the good kind of work. This is, some would say, doing the community a service.
Yeah, we're finding a missing girl. And if we can find her alive, that's good. If we can take revenge if she's not alive, that's good. And if we do none of that, then that's bad.
Some would
Well,
argue that
in this episode,
the racist to the race that she hates was also a good service.
That is arguable. That is an arguable thing to say.
What was that?
I like to just not think about it.
That taking the racist to the race that she hates was also a community service.
Yeah.
Oh.
well, in this episode, shadow interns.
Yeah. So you all departed from the vehicle and headed back to your own places in the wee hours of the morning and got some rest. Oh shit! I'm on the wrong calendar. I'm still on the Elfair calendar. Don't mind me. I'm a professional.
The third of
Um,
Hurt Beer.
Yeah. Not here, beer. It is January. The 13th will pass with no extra information as of yet on the job. But around 8 in the morning on the 14th, information will be passed along. So you have a day to relax and stuff. So any edge you recover one edge if you're not at max edge yet. If you had spent any.
I did.
And this message comes through with the details to all of you individually. These details are as follows. Uno momento. So they reiterate the job is to find this missing girl. The client wants to pay money to have her returned home. You're free to deliver justice on whoever did it as you see fit. It is $10K to bring her back. Anything of her back. If she is alive, great. If she is dead, they still want her back. If you can only confirm the death and cannot bring anything back, it is $5K.
And that is total, not per person.
Yep.
Yes, that is for all of you doing this job. The girl that is missing is believed to be around age 12. Her name is Julie. She is a female troll. She was last seen in North Windham. She generally has a group of friends she hangs out with. There's no information on where exactly she was last seen. Only that it has been, at this point now, about 5 days since she's gone missing.
Okay. Well, we lost the first 48 hours.
The point of contact is her uncle by the name of Andrew Reeds, who is also in North Windham, male troll, age 28. He is allegedly reputable in the area. It is undoubtedly, if you go into North Windham and ask around, you'll find him.
Does he have any gang affiliation, or is that something that we'll do the legwork for?
That is not information that's provided.
Okay.
Got it. I mean, in Wyndham, he almost certainly has some affiliation.
Yes. It is made clear that he is not paying the entirety of this, but he is considered the client for this job.
Okay.
So if you make him mad, assume it's going to be coming out of your paycheck.
Yeah.
All right.
And that is the information you are given. Any further information that you need or required, it is up to you to source. And that puts us on the 14th. It is a Tuesday, January 14th of 2081 at 8 a.m.
Did we get like a photo or anything of the girl?
Nope.
Well, I guess the start is to get contact with the client.
Wait, is the client the one who contacted us, or was it somebody else?
The Johnson.
Okay. I wasn't sure if they went direct or not.
Yeah,
No.
the Johnson immediately offered us this work once we had reported our first work done.
Yep.
Floor is open to you guys.
I'm gonna do. Oop, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say agreed. I think contacting the client would be good. If anyone's going to have more information, it's going to be him.
Yeah, and we could probably get more photos and just some information, etc. Maybe.
Do we happen to know if this is public information or if it's still hush hush?
The girl being missing,
Yes.
you could easily do a matrix search. Nothing comes up.
Okay.
Got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't have a last name for the girl. You only know she's Julie, but I mean, just going through local news networks and everything, yeah, no mention of a missing troll girl. Which could be, as people who live in this time, in this setting, it's not necessarily surprising. Especially considering here in Portland, a large portion of the troll population lives in Wyndham, which is, well, Knight Errant doesn't patrol there. Pretty much tells you everything you need to know.
And judging by attitudes towards Wyndham and the population, I imagine not many people really care about this girl going missing except this one dude.
Well, it could be a lot of people don't care. It could be that the people who have the resources and means and skills to find people don't care because of the location. And it's also, there's the potential of the race element.
Yeah.
Trolls are often kind of sidelined by society because, similarly with orcs, they do not fit the norm, especially considering, and you all would know this to some degree, trolls and orcs age faster than everybody else.
I
Yeah.
couldn't remember
So
trolls.
this 12-year-old is effectively,
We don't know yet.
if you were to compare it to a human, somewhere around 17 or 18 in maturity.
Yeah, so she'd be late teens looking.
Okay, that was my question.
Maybe pushing 19 or 20. It's not super clear, but like she is on the verge of being an adult for a troll.
But she's still 12.
Yeah.
Correct.
So we have to deal with that, at least in mentality. Because even if they physically age faster, they may not develop that wisdom and mental maturity.
And that's where there's a lot of debates because some people say no, well, some studies should say that they mentally age like that as well because their hormones are also progressing at that same rate. So it's hard to say.
Yeah.
Regardless, yeah, she's not in the news.
She's not on the Matrix.
The client is obviously paying for Shadowrunners to do this for one reason or another.
I think it shouldn't be entirely ruled out that she just wasn't reported missing for one reason or another.
Yeah, I mean,
either they did and nobody cared, or they just assumed nobody would care and didn't report. And just decided to solve the problem on their own.
Possibly.
It also could be that like they didn't report it because they intended to catch us anyway. Because let's be honest, if it's a Wyndham person missing, the cops aren't even gonna entertain the idea. So it may be that they don't want to report him missing and then put us on the case because that might give us trouble getting it done.
Like we were plan A from the start.
Yeah, it may be the case.
Possibly, yeah.
But yeah, so that's the lowdown.
All right. I guess Blur will text the group. Should we talk to the client first?
I think that's a good step one.
Yeah, I agree.
We can probably think up some questions we maybe want to have answered first before we go to them. I mean, getting a picture of the target we're trying to get is probably a good idea too.
Picture what happened, where she was last seen.
Any any places she hang, etc. Any notable figures in her surroundings. she knows or is in contact with, because then we need to probably look into those.
I'll come with, but I'm not going to be doing much of the talking. I'm going to see if I can find any traces digitally.
I was going to say start with the group of friends, see if we can get names. Because Larry may not know much about teenage girls. But at least the safe assumption is that if you have a close group of friends that you are constantly hanging out with at that age, they have to know something.
I have a feeling that Larry just doesn't know. Teenager or otherwise.
I mean, that's a fair assumption. He knows the worst he knows about girls is that there's one in his apartment that occasionally makes noise, and that's how he knows that she's still alive.
Here's a bump like it. Oh, okay, good, cool.
Oh, cool. I don't have to pay all of rent this month.
Just a floorboard.
I'm either haunted by a very considerate ghost or I have a roommate.
So we plan is head over, ask about group of friends, see if we can get a photo. Is there anything else that folks want to ask for?
Blair would similarly text, ask where she was last, or if anybody knows what could have happened.
Common haunts.
Any potential motives or anything? Like, yeah, is there anybody who, like, you could think of who would do this, and why, etc.?
Probably this is... Are there any relatives that you are in bad blood with?
Oh, it's also a good one. All right. And I think
also, have you seen anything out of place in this?
Well, we did just kidnap a lady and win him, so...
Yeah.
See anything out of place? Well, my niece is out of place. That's actually the whole reason I called you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That's a decent.
I'm gonna say between getting the information, reading it over yourselves, and then talking about it, it's probably been about an hour in game time. So it's about 9 a.m. now. You all seem pretty set on heading out there. How do you want to go about transportation?
Blair will ride with the Americar Larry.
If I may make a suggestion, the more vehicles, the more suspicion.
I
Because
mean, I could just pick you all up.
yeah, there's gonna be.
You don't want to roll up to this house with like 3 cars?
Yeah.
I mean, out of character, they know that they've hired Shadowrunners, and we're just going there to ask questions to the person who has hired us.
It's to everybody else. Let's say if one of their neighbors have bad blood or is an informant for whoever has her, they're gonna squeal.
Possibly, if there's snitches about, that is a fair
So
worry.
I'll make a point of knowing, because you all would know this to some degree. Bad parts of town have a habit of descending upon vehicles that are left unattended for a little too long.
Mm.
I'm probably going to remain in the car and just
Chill in there.
get my wheels stolen or replaced by bricks.
You're lucky.
Can't have shit in Portland.
Yeah.
The moment we step out of the car, there's not even doors left.
Oh, let me get that for you. Rips it off.
It's just not there.
In that parking lot simulator with the
Yeah.
Alright.
It's just materialized.
So we carpool to the uncle's place.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a little bit of a hike. Just driving around, picking up everybody. Actually, not too terribly bad, because you don't really have to backtrack to pick everybody up. You just kind of gotta playing a little bit of navigation. Yeah, you're just gonna kind of sweep all the you don't have to pick up Carmine.
No.
You just gotta
Yeah.
leave with Carmine, stop in Parkside, pick up St. Cloud, stop over in Rosemont on one end of a street, pick up those two, go down the street, pick up Foodie, and then head out.
I'm gonna start with the one furthest away, and then I'm gonna go back home to pick up Carmine.
God. Jesus.
Yeah.
Awful. And all things said and done, between picking people up and then driving all the way out to North Windham between traffic and flooded out roads and all the other hazards and shit, it's probably going to be about, an hour and a half, roughly.
How is traffic today?
You're leaving earlier in the morning. You're leaving around 9, so you're kind of in the thick of the busy part of the day for morning traffic.
But probably just a little bit after the super morning rush.
Yeah, you're not in the immediate thick of rush hour, but you're on the back half where it's still congested, but it's finally starting to loosen up a little bit. Pretty much everybody who's on the road at this point is either late to work or doesn't have work today, but are running errands super early.
I always thought one of the benefits of being a freelancer was not having to deal with rush hour, but here we are.
Yeah.
It is daytime, and Rochi is tired.
As is Carmine.
Yeah, as you recall, Windham, especially North Windham, large areas are flooded out. Huge swaths of the zone have been abandoned. It is definitely not a comfortable place to carry out an existence, arguably.
On her way, she picks up a coffee.
Easily doable. Have a soy calf.
While
make an addiction test.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Or an addiction test again.
While we're going around collecting people, St. Cloud would do a basic matrix search, see what all could be found.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a roll for that.
Yeah, see if Julie has any public records. Hey, Brandon, you moron. There you go. 4.
I'm going to link you the addiction rules, Fisk, because we're using the house rules. Because base addiction is a little confusing.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah. So we got
4 successes.
Has an addiction.
Yep. 4 successes.
You go digging around on the matrix. There is nilch on a troll girl by the name of Julia. Further digging does reveal, in fact, there is no active posted searches for a missing troll girl. Even searching up the uncle's name doesn't yield any results.
Damn.
Okay.
And it sounds like that would be that reputation.
Yeah, being a Shadowrunner, it's very easy to put one and one together. It's safe to assume, at the very least, the uncle doesn't have a sin.
Yep.
So, if I understood correctly, I roll 1 dice for the Socath and... Right.
I believe so. I don't know if you're counted as a first-time user or not, but you have no addiction.
No, she is a coffee user, but not a coffee addict yet.
Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and read through all the rules to double check it. I'm going to assume you're competent enough to be able to understand what's been written. So yeah. Roll what you got to roll. If you're good, you're good. If not, you're going to get a little bit of an addiction. The very low-level addictions are not terrible. You just got to feed them every once in a while. But if you're going to be chugging coffee on the daily, it's going to be rough when you don't have it.
Quick sidebar. I'm so happy that we have the ability to link to other Discord channels. Such a cool thing to me. All right. Continue. Sorry.
Yep. So you're pulling up into North Wyndham. It's a bunch of what looks to be old supermarkets, some smaller businesses, a few apartment buildings, and some neighborhoods and houses and such that you're rolling through. And you see that there is kind of a small set of apartment buildings that they have some activity going on. You also see some of these old storefronts. They're not entirely abandoned near where like these populated apartment buildings are.
Mm-hmm.
You see there's like activity going on here in the morning. You see there's some people like, it looks like they're piling up what could be like burnable materials, as well as using some accelerant to start a fire. What trolls you do see milling about, they are very heavily clothed, thick winter jackets, multiple layers, boots, jeans, like, thick button ups, the whole shebang.
Yeah, 'cause it's still fucking cold out here, right?
Yeah, and it's lightly snowing. It is chilly as fuck. By chilly as fuck, I mean it's below freezing.
Welcome to winter in the northern states.
Yep. Yeah, you all pull up. I'm assuming you're going to find a spot in this parking lot near where this activity is happening. There are not very many vehicles here. There's like a couple trucks, a few cars, an old busted up van. All these vehicles are old and busted up. But they seem to be in barely functioning order.
Do I see any cameras on any like street lights or anything like that? Even if they're old?
No.
Okay.
You see street lights? The street lights you see don't have bulbs on them.
Okay.
That is kind of funny.
Let me. Can I do matrix perception and I'll go like as we park. I'm gonna do matrix perception. So I'm gonna go hot sim and try to spot shit and try to see like what all devices are active and I could potentially pull information from.
Sure.
Quite similarly, but differently, as we are entering, and I take a look around at the spiritual side of things. Well, I'm always looking at the spiritual side of things, but
yeah,
absolutely.
Shoot and roll about it.
Yeah.
Well, I am not addicted.
Congrats.
Huzzah.
This coffee is only okay.
You're saved by big coffee by another day.
Mm-hmm.
Sixpence.
Or sorry,
Also
big soy
3.
calf.
Yeah.
6 hits
Okay.
on my end as well. Sorry.
Woof. All right. So let's start with the Matrix shit. Obviously you're on the grid still. The connection is kind of fuzzy. Like obviously it's still in high def and everything, but you can kind of feel this sort of every once in a while. It's almost like that tingling feeling you get when like your hand is falling asleep. You can kind of feel it in your fingertips here and there, indicating like, ooh, connection can be a little spotty out here to a degree. And then you're looking around and you don't see any Matrix devices that are active out here. If there is any like electrical things out here, they're not hooked up to the Matrix. They're not on the grid. So you, as a Matrix user, knowing how connected everything is, these people are living pretty off the grid in a literal sense.
Gotcha. Well, that makes my job harder.
On the spiritual side of things,
Yes.
you look around and while there are trees and grasses and stuff that have grown without restraint, especially with the abundance of water, and the water itself, between that and the plants are vibrant, you do see these, towers of gray that are the buildings, and the other various shades of gray that make up the vehicles and clothing the people are wearing, along with the vibrant colors of auras of people going by. However, you had kind of felt it a little bit entering the area, but now that you're perceiving the astral, it's a little bit more apparent to you. There is this kind of sagging feeling to everything that leaves a sour feeling in your stomach. You're aware that there is this place has a background count of 1.
Oh,
What does that mean?
bad juju magic wise.
I imagine in the case of this place, it's due to just general emotional state on a large scale, but it causes.
It could be that.
Yeah, not
It
necessarily.
could be something horrible happened here. It could be there is some active, real bad magic shit going on. It could be a variety of things.
Yeah, but it causes a zone in the astral where the astral is kind of disrupted and there's less mana. And effectively, anyone in it has minus its rating to any magic dice rolls, unless you're like adapted to it. Like toxic mages can do that and stuff. But
Yeah. It's a specific kind of magic user that is cool with background count. We don't have to worry about it as non-magical people, but
I believe the same thing happens if you're in a lodge of another tradition.
Yes.
yeah.
You have to be aspected to the lodge in order to gain benefit from it. Otherwise, it's like trying to fucking force cheese through a strainer.
Yeah. And at that point, the background count is just the rating of the lodge, so it can be like unusually high, but it's not because there's like a mana void or something. It's because the mana is like aspected to just different people.
It's tuned to the wrong kind.
But yeah, it's dreary here on an unusual scale on the astral side. Well,
Is
maybe
it
not that.
is mana work or disturbances in mana like this unusual?
It's a fairly mild one right now as far as they go. So not that unusual, but it could be something really mundane, like living here just not being great. Or it could be something really terrible happened very suddenly recently. I can't say.
I just not living here is pretty great. Or she looks out the window to see the state of the buildings, people.
Yeah,
Cracked, peeling paint, broken windows, trash scattered here and there.
If I were to make a guess, I would assume it had something to do with the widespread emotional state that comes with living here. But it's not guaranteed.
Yeah. Well, keep on the lookout for see if there's anything more. I guess.
Yeah.
I can learn.
So oof, I'm already sustaining alleviate allergy for the sun.
Yeah.
Can you hear Zemian?
The wretched
Yes.
bastard.
Can I just do a general perception check to kind of just get a look of our surroundings a little bit closer?
Absolutely.
Cool.
As for things that are obvious, like there are people moving about here and there, you occasionally can see people in the windows of the apartment building. with 2 successes. You do see there are some people making their way over to the sort of storefronts that they've not really been renovated, but it seems that at least locals have taken to using. There are some people getting into vehicles and driving off. The people do take note of this, this vehicle. They're not familiar with being here. So they seem to be aware of the general community and can point out when things aren't usual, essentially, are the things that stick out to you. They can quickly identify who's an outsider, who's not. Of course, the state of your vehicle is kind of a sore thumb in that regard, but they're not the keep your head down and don't look at anybody else sort. They are very aware and alert, as far as you can tell.
Understandable and respectable.
That said, everybody you've seen so far are trolls. You've not seen any other metatypes. So, to be clear for viewers, trolls on average around 2.5 meters tall, jacked, horns, dermal deposits, which means they have parts of their skin is toughened with just underneath the skin is toughened with bone and thicker skin and such. They're very, very big, very tough, very strong.
Rhinocerosy.
Yeah. Their dermal deposits are such that they actually just passively have +1 armor rating all the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
$2.5 meters is what, 7 feet, give or take?
1.5 meters
2.5.
2.5.
or 2.5. No, because 2 meters is about 6 feet, so or 6.2 feet. So 7 or it'd be like 8 feet almost.
Yeah, trolls are big.
Don't we have a European in chat that could tell us?
That's like so much tougher.
I mean, it's
That's
a
not
meter is
using kind of
3.27 feet, so the math is there.
Yeah, no, it is about almost just under 8.25 feet.
Yeah.
2.5 meters is 8.2 feet.
Yeah, while I do like watching you suffer, I also am not the one who you should be asking to convert to feet.
They, that said, trolls are not all over 8 foot. Some are taller than that. Some are below that. It might be they go up to 2.5. I could be off on that. But they are all very tall. If you're looking at a 6-foot troll, they're short. They are very short for troll standards if they're 6 foot.
Mm-hmm.
That's like finding a 4-foot person.
Many
I'm not a
trolls are
tall
built like
man. I'm the world's
British
shortest troll.
I read a book like that where there's an island with this normal dude, and there's a sign that keeps on saying he's the world's tallest and all that sort of stuff. It's like, I want to meet the world's tallest man. It's like, okay. Walks in, walks back out. It's like, well, I'm the world's tallest dwarf. Okay, well, I want to meet the shortest person. I'm the world's shortest giant.
Oh, God.
The goalpost like that.
Yeah.
Phantom Tollbooth, great book.
All right. Who's our talkie people? You want to...
Oh, definitely not me. I'm gone. Bye.
I am very talky, but
Okay.
I definitely don't look like someone from. I mean, none of us look like we're from here, but
Yeah.
You don't look like you're from around here.
It should be fine. We're here for a client.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Just
We're not here to mess with anybody, so sure, it should be fine.
We're here to help the locals.
it's also one of those things where just let's be careful of not aggravating anyone. They're a little wary.
I can understand it.
Well, you know, I'll be staying in the car, so I'll keep it safe.
Yeah.
I will give you all this one freebie, especially since we have a new player here and we might have listeners who may not know things about Shadowrun. Don't say the T word if you want to survive this.
What's the T word, troll?
Trog.
Truck.
Never, never, never call a troll or an orc a trog.
That is a slur. Do not do that.
That is you are enacting a racism.
Yeah.
Do not
And out here, this area ain't for you, Chief. Nobody's gonna come save you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that being a bad idea, that's just bad. Don't do that.
Yeah. Just giving you guys that freebie right now as a early campaign thing and all that, in case you have heard the word and you think you're gonna be like cool and be like, hello, my fellow trogs.
What up,
I'm gonna die.
I wasn't planning on saying it, but it does give people context if we hear it.
Yes,
not use the gamer words.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do not use the gamer words.
Shadowrunner moment. But yeah, I can do the talking. Or some of the talking at least. If I'm the only one talking, that'll just be awkward.
Okay, so who's getting out to go talk to people?
I am.
Foodie will as well.
Preferably inside so I can stop sustaining the spell.
You get real good at talking.
Yeah.
Okay. So you step out into the wild, so to speak.
Mhm.
There are, like I said, trolls that have gone over to the storefronts across the street, and there's activity in the apartment buildings that you're kind of in the parking lot of. Which way would you like to start with?
Do we have an address for the client, or do we just need to cast around and find? Okay.
They said he's pretty well known. If you ask around, you will find him. That was the instructions you were given.
Yeah. What was his name again?
It was Andrew Reeds.
Okay.
It's okay.
I'll look around for someone who doesn't look like they're in like a hurry or anything.
Okay.
Just around.
I'd probably go over to the storefront, honestly.
Okay, so you go over to the storefront. You're looking around. You don't see anybody outside who's just hanging out. Anybody who's outside is moving with some kind of purpose.
Yeah,
it's fucking cold.
Oh, I forgot it was super cold. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you go join Foodie at the storefront. You head over there. It looks like It looks like it might have been some kind of clothing store. There are like racks that have been, long since in disrepair, that are broken down and in a pile against one wall. And there is there seems to be some setup of like plastic folding tables, and there's, as you're like approaching the front, you can see there, as the wind is blowing, they're putting up like these screens. Well, not screens, but they're like putting up it looks like blankets or whatever that are blocking out the broken windows, to help keep the wind from blowing in. And as you're making your way inside, you see along the back wall there's been this really hodgepodge setup of various like what's the word for them? The portable like stoves. What was that?
Camping stoves?
Yeah, stuff like that. And it's like a mix of those, like some bigger ones, some smaller ones. There's also like several coolers. And there's a troll that like comes from the back and sets down a cooler, and you see one of them is opening one of the coolers. They're taking fish out of these coolers and they're like dripping wet. You can hear water sloshing. And they have like old like knives and various kitchen utensils, and it looks like they're getting ready to make some kind of like fish stew or something in the
Oh.
back of what once was a clothing store.
Yeah, so it's been like converted into a place that people live in.
Yeah, it's based off of the tables and the different like plastic folding chairs and stuff. Well, not plastic. They've got like some metal folding chairs that look a little warped. They're definitely not troll sized. None of this
I was
stuff
gonna
is
say,
troll sized.
If I were a troll, I would
folding
not
on.
trust fabric or plastic folding chairs.
Yeah.
Not go.
And
I'm-
you know, it's at a glance, it looks like a really, really just thrown together. It works, but it's not great. Effectively, soup kitchen.
Mm.
That they've turned this into, or at least a place for everybody to come eat.
Yeah.
A community center of sorts.
Yeah.
A rec room.
The guy. Go ahead.
Foodie would just start taking an interest in the fact that it looks like they're going to be start setting up for food.
Are you interested in food?
No.
It ain't so.
You see the guy who is bringing in the coolers. He stops, looks at the two of you, and raises a thick brow. And after a moment of consideration, saunters over to the two of you and definitely gives you another look over. So I'm assuming y'all are wearing like your typical Shadowrun equipment.
Well,
Yeah.
effectively. I'm wearing the dark
very
clothing
typical.
of my urban jumpsuit. That is.
Yeah, I'm assuming
Silk
you're not
over-
out here. You're not out here in plain clothes.
I mean, in my case, it's an armored jacket, which is also warm, so that helps.
Yeah.
I don't
In
know how
my
much I'm
case,
affected by the cold,
baggy
doesn't it? I don't know if I'm like affected normally by cold weather as a banshee. I assume so, because like it doesn't seem like HMH VV infected
Yeah.
are like as undead as vampires in other settings.
Cold still sucks.
Yeah. But yeah, probably got gloves on and stuff like that too. Maybe a scarf. If it's that cold.
He has got like really thick black hair that is long. He's got it tied in like a bun out of the way. He's similar to the other trolls you've seen, very warmly dressed. All of his clothes are in various states of functional but rough. And he will look between the two of you. Are you here about the girl?
See, we are here about the girl.
Oh, that was easier than I expected. We are.
Are you Senor Andrew?
I am.
Oh, perfect.
Is it just
Reaches
you
out.
two?
No, we have our other teammates kind of outside.
No,
We were
right.
just not sure where to look around for you.
I'll
Foodie
look back
will
toward the
reach
door. More people than I expected wanted to stay in the car, but
Foodie will
That's
reach a hand
rooms.
towards Andrew.
Yeah, he'll take your hand. Easily like 3 times the size of your own hand.
Right.
He's wearing like fingerless gloves. Well, it doesn't look like they're supposed to be fingerless. It's just they've been that worn down.
Okay.
if they
Have fingers.
Yeah, thick, rough, calloused hands. But shakes her hand. He doesn't give you the death grip from hell.
Cool.
good. Freaking hate when people do that.
It is tight, but it's like, oh, he's restraining himself. Good.
Yeah, he's not trying to do that. He just is really strong.
Yeah, like, I mean, you all would be, especially in your field of work, you would be painfully aware of how much stronger the average troll is than a normal human.
Am fragile, 1 strength elf. Please no bully.
Yeah.
Base 5 strength troll.
Yeah.
Seeing as we're here to gather a bit more information, do you mind if I, while we have the conversations, assist with what I assume to be a lunch or breakfast?
Truth be told, we should probably have this conversation somewhere else. Others are going to be filtering in here, and they ain't going to take too kindly to seeing folks like you around.
Fair enough. Do you have a place in mind?
We can head over to my place in the apartments and talk there in private.
All right. Do you have time right now, or did you want to finish up here first?
Right now, it's fine. I've already brought in the catch.
All right.
Very fresh, too.
Well, when there's fucking water everywhere.
Makes sense.
And he'll lead you all back across the street. Those of you waiting in the vehicle, you'll see the two of them following behind this troll.
I give a low wave.
Yeah. Got him on the first try.
And he will lead you all over into the apartment building, and we'll go up like 2 floors. Pass a couple people in the hallway. Some of them give you weird looks, but they see you're with him, and they just move on without saying anything. And, moving through this apartment building, like, these are old apartment buildings that look like they were designed for humans, at the very least, because the trolls are... If a troll goes to pass you in the hallway, you have to, like, go up against one of the walls. The hallways are not very wide, especially for trolls in mind. They look comically large compared to the building they're living in.
Yeah.
And when you reach his apartment, he opens the door and ducks down and goes inside, kind of going in sideways almost. And you can see as you're going in, there's actually a few nicks in the door frame from what look like horns scraping and stabbing the door frame.
I bet that feels awful when it happens.
And inside there is an old couch that looks partially moth-eaten, stained in some places. Definitely not troll-sized. But he slumps down into it and gestures to a couple of armchairs for you all to have a seat. And the apartment is pretty barren. There's not really much in the way of appliances. There's some empty countertops, a coffee table with just nothing really on it, other than like a tackle box, various like fishing supplies. And you can see a hall that goes down to a couple other rooms. But other than the furniture, like there's no Trideo player. You don't see shit. There's no electronics in here.
Yeah, pretty much enough to live here, but that's it. Nothing beyond.
Yeah, like it's more a roof and 4 walls.
Yeah.
So the girl is my niece. She doesn't she doesn't run away nor nothing. And it's been on 5 days now. She's not been home. And
I'm guessing the rest of us is like listening in on it through image link and whatnot.
I mean,
it can be if y'all want to allow that.
I would like to.
Uday has a thing in his helmet that he could just do that.
Okay.
I forgot you're wearing a helmet all the time.
Oh yeah.
And then we can probably record the meeting too if we need to go back to anything.
Yeah, you could absolutely do that.
He just looks like a helmet. Clearly, it's his face.
He takes it off and it's just nothing underneath.
He's actually.
Why did you have to give it away like that? Come on now.
Missing textures.
He scratches at some almost like scaly looking skin behind one of his ears. I don't know where she would have went. I tried asking some of her friends when she didn't come back home the first night, and they said they don't know where she is. I don't believe that for a minute. She's always off hanging out with them, but I don't know. They won't tell me anything.
Do you know where she was last seen? By anyone else, at least?
Nobody that I've talked to claims to know anything. Her friends are the only ones I would think that would know. Now I know they have a habit of going on down to that pond down the way, at down in Collins Pond. It's a little bit down the road for walking, but every once in a while they go down there, go swimming or whatever when it's warm enough. But otherwise, she's out just wandering around with whoever are their friends. But like I said, none of them will admit to knowing where she is or where they last saw her.
Weird.
Do you happen to have any photography, pictures, or a more accurate description for us to kind of reference?
One moment. He'll get up and shuffle his way down the hallway, and a couple minutes will go by, and he comes back, and he's holding this old ass digital camera. Like, at a guess, just eyeballing it, maybe like 2020s, 2030s old.
Yep.
And he, with his huge troll fingers, like fiddling with the controls on it, and finally turns it around and shows the two of you. Little girl looks kind of like him. You can see some degree of family resemblance in the facial structure. She also has that thick black hair, but she does look visibly younger. She also has brown eyes. His are a bit darker. And she seems to have a somewhat lighter skin tone than he does.
Okay.
This picture's about a year old now, I think. But this is what I've got.
That should be close enough.
Really will tap the side of his helmet to kind of take a screenshot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
See, we got a photo of the photo. Yeah, I assume we won't be able to like plug into.
Oh no!
Camera
you look at this thing. There is no universal data connector on this thing whatsoever.
Yeah.
Easily predates.
All right. Let's see. Do you know of anyone who would have wanted to do anything to her or to you or anyone else she associates with?
People around here sometimes get in arguments and fights and such, but nothing like that. Nothing to... Last time we had any kind of kidnapping was maybe 20, 30 years back. I mean,
mostly before my time even. It's it's just not really a thing that happens out here. We get our own small little communities out here and nobody fucks with each other. Nobody wants to get in a fight. People just want to be left alone.
Understandable.
So no, I don't know of anybody that want to do something to her. Not around here anyways, unless she was up to something, but Julie's a good kid. I don't see her getting into things she shouldn't have been getting into.
What kinds
I
of
mean,
things?
to be
Oh,
clear
sorry.
here, I don't think it's anybody in this community done something to her. This community, they helped me scrape together the money to pay for you all to come out here.
That's good to
You
hear.
know, and it
Out here.
wasn't a small ask either. That kind of money is, well, we could do a lot with that kind of money. But anyways, I don't think nobody around here did it.
Okay.
Hmm.
Mr. Andrew, has your community and has any other nearby communities noticed strange activity from corporate personnel or unknown group or individuals?
Corporate person. Hey,
Other
look
than
at
us,
this guy. He saunters over and sits down on the couch again. So corporate personnel don't come out here. They just don't. They don't give a shit about us out here. Every once in a while, we might see some corpo truck roll through down the highway, but they generally don't come out here. They try to go around unless they're really looking to cut some time.
no one unexpected has been around.
None to my
Looking where
knowledge, not
they
around
shouldn't be
this
looking.
part.
Oh, okay.
Not around this part. You know, we noticed a couple unfamiliar vehicles, one of which looking a lot like the one you rolled up in today, a couple days ago, roll through in the night.
And that was after.
Plan or some kind.
Yeah. The
Translation,
remember.
they knew you all came through there previously.
Oh, we did, didn't we? Yeah, that's.
Yes.
I forgot.
We're
Oh,
the
that
weird
might have.
thing that happened recently.
That might have
Yeah.
actually
It
been
wasn't-
us. Oh.
It wasn't this specific community y'all stopped in, but you did pass through this community going to where you needed to go.
Yeah. Let me think for a moment. Oh, that probably was us.
Yeah, I figured as much. Like I said, people typically do not come out here. On that, it's been quiet. Thank the heavens. Up until
when-
Julie disappeared.
Yeah. And when she disappeared, it was a matter of she just went out and didn't come back. No.
Yeah, she went out for the day like she go see her friends like she normally does. And I don't know. She just didn't come back. And her friends say they don't know where she went. They say she hung out with them for a little bit and then went her own way or something. I don't know. I think they're hiding something, but I can't make them say something. I'm not about to start punching answers out of teenagers.
Okay. Do they have a general area they like to hang out in, or do you happen to know where any of them also stay for us to try and reach out to them?
There's a if you go a couple streets over down a road there, there's a neighborhood that most of those kids live out of. We got more older folks over here that need a little bit more help. But there's younger folks with kids down the road there a short bit. Sometimes they come down here and socialize. They're not terribly far. You could walk down there in an hour or so.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if they normally hang out as a group, I imagine we'd be able to find the rest of that group together somewhere. Is there a particular? You said there was the pond they go to sometimes, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of ways out of the way. You go back the way you came up here. You make a left, and there'll be some neighborhoods and such. Well, if you go down on one of those roads, down to those neighborhoods, as far south as you can go in those neighborhoods, you'll see it. You'll see it through the trees. It's a big old pond back there.
Okay. It seems like as good a place as any if we want to try to find our friend group all together.
They'll almost certainly either be down there or be back in those neighborhoods a few streets over with their families.
Oh, okay. Let's see. We're not exactly going to punch answers out of teenagers either, but well, if we can convince them to talk to us, then we will.
Just try not to cause any trouble. You're sort of here under my reputation of sorts. So if you cause problems, it makes me look bad. Now, I promise people your kind were only going to come up here and look around for Julie, and that was it. You weren't going to hassle nobody, cause anybody any trouble. So please, don't rustle feathers too much.
Oh yeah, not to worry at all. I wasn't trying to imply anything by that. I literally just wanted to see if they'll be willing to.
No,
I mean, that's unlikely, isn't it?
I understand your intentions. I just, people like us have bad reputations, and unfortunately, people coming up here trying to throw their weight around make those things people say look a little too true.
Oh, yeah.
And I know some of us got our tempers and our demons and such, so just, step lightly. Because sometimes some folks around here especially are looking for an excuse to vent a little anger.
I understand. All right.
Pretty nuts.
So, do you know if there's a particular route Julie normally takes? Sorry, I just switched the subject back.
Just following the major roads, really. The side roads sometimes flood out, especially when it rains and all that. And sometimes there are critters lurking and all that. So she typically would stay to the main roads, like I taught her to.
Okay. Never mind. You did say that her friends did see her that day. So she made it all the way there. Never mind. I was thinking maybe we could see if there were signs of anything that had happened on the way, but that doesn't apply. So good to know.
Oh, I think at this point, all we have to do is to check out her normal haunt and go talk to her friends.
Orochi will pipe up in the comm link and just go, ask if she has had any, shifts in behavior recently. Is there any... Is she cranky, avoiding something, doing something she usually doesn't, or any other such thing? And we can actually examine her room as well for clues. That would also be pretty good, probably.
Oh, that's a
good point. Send your Andrew.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about your niece's demeanor and habits? Like, has there anything recently been bothering her? Has she been more agitated, or
Ain't no more than a young woman would, I suppose. Uh, I mean, we bicker here and there every once in a while, but recently, no, nothing major or anything. She's, for the most part, pretty well behaved.
no talks about any special interests of late?
No, nothing like that. Of course, I mean, like most people around here, she talk about getting out of the area, doing something more, but never any talks of what that something is or any of that. Just that desire to get out of this place. But, I mean, it's idle chatter for the most part for folks around here. It's nice to daydream.
Yeah.
Hey, Zemian.
Yeah.
Can I just do a judge intentions on him real quick?
Sure.
I'm pretty sure a lot of this is pretty truthful, but I'm also not entirely sure if there's something that's just being held back.
Okay.
I only have suggestions 5. I get 1 success.
You're pretty sure he's being honest.
Yeah. Okay.
Like you're confident there's probably some things he's not going into detail about, but you think it's safe to assume that it doesn't have anything to do with the job.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool.
I don't think I
bring
could
up-
hear over the comm mic, so that's all you.
Okay. Yes. Does she also have a room here in this apartment or somewhere else?
Yeah, she has a room here.
Would it be all right for us? Would it be all right for us to examine her room and her belongings? Perhaps there may be something that is underneath a pillow or something that could point us in a direction.
I suppose that would be fine. It's this way.
At the very. Oh, sorry.
He'll get up and lead you all down the hall. He'll open one of the doors to one of the side rooms and pretty Spartan bedroom. About a queen size bed in there. Not much else. But a closet with some clothes. A really old dresser. And some backpacks and stuff.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, if she left of her own accord, yeah, maybe there will be something in here. Suppose we should take a look through, doing our best not to ransack the place, we don't want to destroy it, but
yeah. Well,
do you want?
Give me there's an investigation skill in this game, right?
Weirdly, no. I think you just use perception, but I don't know.
Yeah. Go ahead and do perception.
I think I remember looking for that a long time ago and being like, why was there not one?
Go ahead and perception. See what you can find.
Okay. Well, I have. What is my perception?
I don't know if it'll be applicable for this one, but I would also remind that I am dual natured, so I'm always perceiving astral.
I mean, I'll roll for
There's a sun spirit standing right in front of me. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
I just get disintegrated.
Oh.
I mean, I'll roll a sensing test anyways. As I roll perception.
All right, yeah, if you want to peer over into the astral.
Wow.
Nice.
So I have a 2 on my regular perception, and I got a 5 on
It's
sensing.
it's really fucking gray in here.
Yeah.
There is very little natural material in here. Varying shades of gray, and you also are now visibly picking up on that sagging sense that infects every aura in the place. And you can pick up on the negative background count that is weighing on the area.
Okay.
But other than that, nothing sticks out of sensing wise. You both pilfer through the room looking for anything of value for your investigation, for your search, and don't really find anything. You find in one of the drawers there's a small collection of interesting, like looking rocks and pebbles and such.
Interesting.
Variety of clothes. Variety of clothes that are predominantly for comfort and warmth. There's very little in the way of fun clothing, effectively. Different pairs of boots, long socks, a variety of thick jackets, but not really much in the way of personal effects beyond the rock collection.
Okay.
And then there are the backpacks. Those are filled with some flashlights, as well as like an emergency first aid kit that looks pretty old, and other similar things.
Does the first aid kit look like it's been used?
You can pop it open. It looks like it has not been used.
Okay.
Very old stuff. You think you can see some stuff that's been dated back to like the 2040s in it, but beyond that, it's not been used.
Okay.
Did Carmen have an earbud or something on her, so you can listen?
Oh, well.
I probably can if you want to just be able to talk to both of us. I don't think that's like crazy.
Yeah, I think that would be fun. Although in the future, you should establish these things before splitting up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, that's fair.
Orochi will ask, like, do you think, I don't know, just spitballing here, do you think those rocks can have anything to do with magic?
I suppose it's not impossible, though.
Or just shiny rocks?
If they had anything to do with magic, I imagine they would be reagents, but they don't seem to hold any mana at all.
Yeah, they have a very basic astral signature just from, being rocks. They're filled with minerals and thus living material, so they have a very faint astral signature. But they do not light up like a Christmas tree like a reagent would.
Yeah. Let's see. You mentioning that did remind me, though. I want to turn back to, oh my god, I forgot his name again. It was something Andrews?
Andrew Reeds.
Andrew Reeds. Okay, Andrew, I meant to ask something earlier. Has anything particularly traumatic for the community at large happened recently? There's, to explain why I'm asking, there's a bit of an astral disturbance, but I wasn't sure if that was just normal for the area or not. Without context.
Recently, not recently. A few decades back, there was the flood.
Yeah.
A lot of people died. Terrible, terrible business. Before my time, but and then I think it was about 20 years ago. Was it 20? I think it was 20. I don't know. I was just a kid back then. There was some business with a trafficking ring, but
Oof.
it got busted and dealt with. They're all dead now. Trust me on that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they made them suffer for what they did. They drowned them, from what I remember. The story was.
Well, that's good to hear, at least.
Yes. Anyways,
Yeah.
but recently, no. That's as recent as I can think. Outside of the occasional fight, shooting here and there.
Yeah.
But nothing real awful bad like that in a long while.
Oh, okay. I imagine the background is probably here all the time then, in the astral, rather than from a particular incident. It certainly would have faded by now if it was from that long ago.
Background.
Like I said, it was a bit of an astral disturbance. They can come from enough things that I wasn't sure if it was just something to do with the general mood of the area, but sometimes they can happen from something really terrible happening. That's like
One of them.
shocking.
Okay, I see.
Sorry, I should have mentioned it.
Just stay out of people's heads.
Oh, no problem.
People are already paranoid enough. Don't give them a reason.
Yeah. It's not really my expertise anyway.
He looks actually kind of visibly a little bit more uncomfortable now.
Sorry about that. I probably should have mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't think of anything else to ask here. If there's anything, do you have, what's the best way to contact you if we need to, though? Should we just come back to meet with you, or?
Yeah, you can either come find me here in my place, or I'll be down the street in one of the fronts.
Okay. So pretty easy to find, it sounds like.
Yeah. I'm too busy to be anywhere else.
Understandable. In that case, unless you have anything else, Foodie?
I don't really have much else to really work with. At least not
All right.
here.
We should head down toward the pond and see if we can find any of Julie's friends. See if they might have more of an idea of what's going on.
Did you ask about if there is any like relatives that are like in bad blood in general?
We at least more broadly asked if there was anyone who would have reason to do anything to anybody.
Yes, Senor Andrew.
Yeah.
Is there anything about your niece's parents or other members of the family that are still around?
No. I'm all she's got left.
Okay. Well, thank you, Senor Andres. I think for now we're just going to go out and see what other information we can gather from her friends in the community.
Right. I guess I'll show you out. And he'll lead you back out through the building and to the parking lot.
All right.
Back into the cold.
Yeah.
I have insulation on my clothing, so this is fine.
I don't think I put anything special on mine.
Oh no.
Uh,
Some bad news for you soon.
Where is my?
It's a normal coat.
In all fairness, y'all knew where this game was happening.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes,
The resources E. I'm doing my best here.
So I take it you all are going to go back to the vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
As we head back to the vehicle, I'll share the images of the rocks, as well as the image of Julie.
Yes.
Was that the name? Yes, Julie. For some reason, I wanted to say Julia, but yeah.
Julie, do the thing.
Did we? How old was she?
Well,
She's roughly 12.
Yeah, once we're back in the car. So I'm thinking we can go find that pond and maybe run into some or all of her friends, and if not, maybe something. There might be signs of something that happened there. We won't know until we go.
Yeah, worth checking out.
Yeah.
all right. You all are going to follow the directions to reach Collins Pond.
Yeah.
You head back down the road going southbound. You make a turn, and then you see a turn for what looks like could lead to some neighborhoods. You go down there, you find a few houses and such, and then through the tree line you do see Collins Pond, which you can see on the map. You're approaching it from like that northeast side or northwest side, where that road kind of runs parallel to it. And you don't see any people. All these houses out here seem long since abandoned, overgrown with plants and such. The pond is, it looks like it's higher than it originally was. You can see some bits of what were docks sticking up just above the water, like the posts of docks, but the actual dock is submerged.
Okay.
And there's a lot of plant life growing up around the edges of the pond. It's pretty sizable, all things considered. And the water surface is still, and it's fucking cold out.
Yeah.
And it's quiet. You can see across the pond, there's another tree line, and through that tree line, you can see more houses, although it looks at the other side, it's a bit more flooded out. It looks like the ground level is lower on the other side.
Yeah. So this place flooded a long time ago and just stayed flooded with the way the terrain was, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, for disclaimer, in the real world, I don't know if the geography actually works out that way, but for our world, it does.
It does
It's
now.
been 80 years or 70 years. I'm
Yes.
sure stuff has changed.
70 years and magic came back. Don't judge.
They terraformed it, but badly.
Yes.
Yeah. Didn't do a great.
Kuide will just do a general perception, just kind of keeping an eye out.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I almost said Tilk. St. Cloud will do another matrix perception, see what pops up.
Okay.
So, be on the perception roll just to keep an eye out on in the surrounding area.
Yeah.
Randy.
It seems pretty chill. It's nice and quiet out. We don't see any activity. Occasional, well, no, it's still a little late in the year for freshwater fish. So no, the water is still. For St. Cloud checking the matrix. Fucking once again, you're not seeing shit for matrix devices other than all of your friends that are running wireless shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I was hoping for any kind of device I could try to monitor to find her image. I do.
Alright, so easy.
Yeah, can I do a fucking long shot and do, since now we have an image of her, reverse image search?
Yeah.
I assume that's
Yeah,
just
essentially give me a matrix search test.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yep.
3.
Yeah, you take the image, you search around online, nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to take a look around the pond and see if there are signs of anything strange happening here, like signs of a struggle or anything similar.
Are you gonna try to like get down to the water's edge?
Yeah.
Essentially. Okay.
I don't know if they I don't know if there are footprints to, or like if it's muddy or whatever to show like where people usually hang out here or not. But
Yeah. You get down to the water's edge. You're looking around. You don't see any signs of struggle. It's very densely overgrown with like weeds and grass and other plant life that grows around the water's edge. Although as you get closer to the water, you feel it churning in your stomach again, and you can feel like the manosphere almost getting thinner.
yeah, I'll shift my attention in the astral direction again to see if the background count has changed over here.
It is now effectively at a rating of 2.
Hey, that background I was talking about earlier, I'll turn back to talk to everyone else. It's a little bit worse over by the pond.
I mean, good place to dump a body. Who wants to go for a swim?
Yep. Sounds like you're volunteering yourself there.
Before we decide to do any dipping in the water, we should probably check around the pond and see if it's universally around the pond or if it's just near that part of the pond.
That's a good point.
And is it worth deeper into the pond? That's my question too.
Yeah.
Is there any way to like long distance check mana?
Really?
Well, I can astrally project.
As a dual natured creature?
Oh, I'm a mage.
Yeah, but you're dual natured.
Yeah.
Like you're, as far as I understand it, you're anchored in the form.
Oh, nope.
Yeah, if you're a mage, you can still astrally project even if you're dual natured. You're just fucked if like a barrier comes up.
Yeah. Oh man, that could be on fully on the astral side. No one else would even see it, and I just feel like there's a wall here. I can't.
Yeah,
That's a misunderstanding on my part.
You might be thinking of with the thing that happened to Yuri.
Maybe.
But in that case, or well, he was already dual natured, I guess. But he became a Mystic Adept in the process.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. Yeah, it's really project. Pop out your body.
If there's like a not like super muddy spot to sit down on and literally freeze my ass.
Yeah, there is.
Fine. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Exclusively your ass. You're gonna experience SABs.
Damn.
I'll go over and
remember to tell a friend about Sunmax syndrome.
I'll go over and watch over Carmine as she projects.
Yeah, I'll just project and kind of float around the pond real quick, watching keeping my senses open for the background count for any shifts as I go around the perimeter.
Sure. Yeah, you skirt around the pond. It seems to be all around the pond. It has this rating 2 background count.
I'll move over the pond and see if I can find a sort of epicenter for it within the pond, or if the entire pond just is that.
It just seems like the entire pond.
Oh, okay. With a bit more experimentation, I'll do my best to determine if it's specifically the area like right around the pond or if it extends anywhere beyond.
It seems to be right around the pond.
Is there any notable spiritual activity out here, or is there just the background?
Just the background.
Interesting.
Obviously, the water is still, the water and all the plant life and everything, glowing nice and bright like it should be. But
Yeah.
no spirits.
Is it weird for there just to not be any spirits around? I actually don't know how common they are to run into on average.
Typically, I'm gonna say that typically in nature you could find one here and there, but considering the background count, it's reasonable for there not to be any hanging out around here because they're
true.
also bothered by background counts.
Yeah.
So would it strike you as weird that they're not here? Not really, considering the background count.
Yeah, considering it sucks to be a spirit here, that's understandable. I know I can't go through the ground while projecting. Does that apply to water too? I don't think it's ever
You can
like
pass through water. It's not as fast as moving through air.
Oh, okay.
Because you're still passing through a thing.
Yeah, like it has an astral form, but it's like liquid.
Yeah. You can go into water.
Yeah, I will, kind of cautiously, because given the background count going on, move. Or well, let's see. I'll return to my body to let people know what I'm doing. Say, all right, and give a status update. The background is pretty consistent over the entire pond and not really extending anywhere beyond it. Not very far beyond it, at least. I'm going to project again, though, and take a look inside the water. I'll only be able to see the astral from there, but if there's anything visible on that side, that's probably the safer way for me to look at it. Unless you have a aquatic drone or something, Orochi.
My drones are sadly not aquatic, but I can do a aerial survey of the place. You can see surprisingly much, even through water.
Oh, okay.
From up above. Though I do probably need someone's that is a little bit better in just look, tapped into the feed, who is good at perceiving things. Yes,
makes sense.
Yeah, she will launch one of her little camera drones and just do a little aerial survey of the lake and see if there's anything that she can see that sticks out through like the water.
Flying the drone overhead, you quickly come to the realization that this water murky as fuck. It is not crystal clear. It's hard to tell how deep it is. You can't really see much activity. It's that time of year where fish aren't really that active. Most are hibernating. So the water's still, but it's dark. It's overcast out on top of that, which is not helping. You think you might be able to see maybe 2 or 3 feet down, but you can't see the bottom anywhere. It is dark. Projecting down into the water.
Yeah.
Are you trying to like scan the bottom, or what's the plan here?
Basically, yeah. Just
okay.
Looking across the bottom as well as I can. I mean, if by chance somebody fell in or something like that, or something else was put in here that would be.
Yeah. So you get in there, and as you're like scanning the bottom, you see lots of specks of like gray and faded auras and such. You see some tiny specks and you investigate, and like you see like fishing hooks that have been lost, other lures that have been lost. You find a golf ball in one spot, or at least you think it's a golf ball. It's about golf ball size. It's hard to tell on the astral. And you're looking around. You even see that there looks to be a like car door that's been like sucked into the mud on the far side, where it looks like the pond is like flooded out into streets in a neighborhood.
Oh, so this is a pond that like resulted from the flooding and stuck around.
Oh, it looks like the pond has been here, but when the flooding happened, it got bigger and it overflowed.
Okay.
And looking around, you even see like there's a canoe that's turned over on its side in the bottom near the center. And you also find a spot kind of like about like 20 feet from there where you find like a couple I mean a few fairly large blocks of gray that is slightly giving off an aura, and based off its shape it looks like cinder blocks with rope. And you find about 5 pairs of these.
Oh.
Rope looks frayed at the ends. Some kind of degradation, maybe cut or something. Hard to tell.
Yeah. I assume other than the like nothing is a particularly new addition as far as I can see.
That's right, because you can tell now.
Okay.
Just
I
other
don't have
miscellaneous junk that litters the bottom as well that you can see through the astral.
How deep is the pond anyway?
At a guess, maybe about 20 feet, 25 feet.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to entirely gauge, especially when you're fucking looking at astral signatures. Things get a little bit more harder to tell.
Yeah. When space just doesn't matter as much to you, it's a little difficult.
Yeah.
I'll return to my body again, stand back up, and kind of brush myself off. Mostly it looked like normal pond things, just detritus littering the place. Except I saw, we said it was like 5 or 6 pairs?
Yeah, 5 pairs.
5 pairs of cinder blocks with rope attached to them. The rope wasn't at least any longer attached to anything else on the other end, but that did seem like a strange thing to just see so consistently. Maybe jumping the gun a bit here, but it definitely evokes the thought of somebody throwing something else or someone else into a body of water to drown. But I would assume there would be a remain still attached if that were the case.
Yeah.
So many cinder blocks implies it'd be a big body.
Or a regular occurrence, relatively.
Did tell us
How deep down was it?
It's about 20 feet deep. Were the cinder blocks together, by the way, or are they like?
Roughly, they were all within. They're about like 5 to 10 feet apart in different places. They're in a general area.
Yeah. Are they close to a particular side of the pond?
Not really. They're about the middle.
Okay.
At least in regards to the map.
You did mention where they threw some less savory types and had them drown.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, maybe that's where that happened.
So I would think that's where that happened. Especially, you said it doesn't look recent.
No, not really. Yeah, maybe that did cause the background count. It just stuck around longer than I expected.
So I'm gonna do a ultrasound sweep of the lake.
Oh, that's cool.
Interesting.
And
how far does that scan for?
It scans for 50, but probably the water is gonna slow down it a little, so it probably doesn't reach as far as 50 meters.
Fascinating. And it cannot pierce things, correct? If it hits something, it bounces back.
It cannot pierce solid materials.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. So yeah,
but I
you get a
expect some degradation from water.
Yes. You ping the pond with your ultrasound.
You get a pretty accurate reading of the pond. You can see how it is littered with various junk on the bottom, and you can see a lot of what she saw. You'll probably not necessarily pick up on like the fishing lures and stuff that are down there, but like things like the car door and the cinder block and stuff like that, you can see.
Is there anything notable on the cinder blocks and the rope and whatnot?
No, not really. You know, there's like a lot of plant life growing in the bottom of the pond, but you know, nothing totally weird and out there.
Can't see anything in particular that is out of place.
Probably the most out of place thing is probably the car door. Like, the cinder blocks, okay, that might have been the place where they drowned people. Some of the miscellaneous junk, yeah, okay, people are shitty towards the environment. The car door, not clear how that happened.
But sometimes you open the door too hard.
I guess.
Get really
But
mad.
it's like walking to a river and just finding a bike somewhere and like, how the fuck did it get here?
Yeah, because there's not a whole ass car down there. That's why it sticks out. Like if there's a whole ass car down there, it would be like, oh, okay. But there's not a whole ass car. It's just a car door. A sizable car door, but a car door.
That is a little weird.
Yeah, but not probably like unheard of or.
Yeah, but not.
Yeah. So yeah, somebody littered probably, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's the 6th world. That ship sailed.
Yeah.
Oh. Zemian.
Yes.
Fude would probably like to take a look around the edges of this pond just to see if he can find any rocks that match what he saw in her room.
Sure. Yeah. Give me a perception check.
I'm consistent on getting a 2.
Yeah. Here and there you can find like little rocks and stuff. They seem kind of consistent to some of the rocks that she had brought back home. As you all are doing your investigation, you do hear a faint sound of an engine. And across the pond, you can see, weaving between a pair of houses and through some trees, slowly but surely, a little motorboat coming down onto the pond. And you can see a lone troll sitting in the motorboat.
Yeah.
It's a bigger
It's
pond than I was
tipping
imagining.
quite heavily towards where he's sitting, but and he comes a good distance across the pond and then stops. I don't know who you folk are, but you should get out of here.
We're working on something for Andrew. If that's all right.
I mean, that's fine, but it ain't safe out here.
Oh, all right. I see what you mean.
This is a bad place. Bad place. Cursed place. You don't want to be out here, folks.
Can I judge intentions?
Blur just kind of tilts her head a bit.
Yeah, sure, you can judge intentions.
I got a 2.
Is old man Jenkins warning us about the demon of the lake? Like,
I am the demon of the lake.
Treasure in the middle of the lake.
this is what he calls.
I don't think it's Scooby-Doo, but
That's the alligator boss from RE4.
God.
Yeah.
This lake, it tosses swords to people.
We got 6 on Judge Intentions.
You both think he's being honest.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure if he actually understands what he's talking about, but he seems to honestly think it's not safe here.
Yeah, I imagine in the background, even if you're not awakened, it probably just feels not great in general.
Like, look, I ain't gonna run you out of here or nothing, but bad things happen around this pond here. You wanna do whatever you gotta do and get out of here, all right?
You see little troll girl around here? Age 12?
Them troll kids on the north side of the pond come on down here and hang out and smoke and shit. They're always down out here. I told them several times now, but they don't listen to me. What do I know?
What kind of
Nobody
bad
got any
things?
respect these days.
What kind of bad things are happening around here?
Oh, it's bad vibes all around out here. People come out here, they go missing, they fall in the water and drown. People just up and vanishing and shit.
Oh, has there been multiple disappearances here?
Oh, over the years, yeah, all kinds of shit happens over here. We don't, my people, we don't come over here. If Andrew sent you out here, I don't know what he's doing, what he's thinking. But my folks, we don't come over here. We won't even fish over here in the summer. It's a bad spot.
Okay.
Ain't nothing come out of this pond good.
He didn't specifically send us. It was just relevant, so we decided to come here. Or at least it seemed
Good,
like
he's
it might
still
have
got
been.
his head on his shoulders.
Yeah, don't worry about him.
When was the last time something really bad happened out here?
Hopefully, there's something I don't know about. But
Fair enough, actually.
last I heard, it was about a few months ago. Some folks displaced out of the city, or some baloney came out here, and they were scouting one of the houses over here. One of these houses. He points over to the flooded out houses. You can see like the second floor, but the first floor is like underwater. They were looking to move into one of these houses over here, and their stuff is still there, but they gone. They ain't around no more. So, and that was 2 or 3 months ago.
Oh shit! All right.
Like I said, you don't want to be around here. Bad business. Just do whatever you gotta do and go on and get. And don't come back.
Understood.
Wow. Thank you for the warning.
Don't eat nothing out of here either. If you do find any fish or anything, any kind of critters, don't eat them. Bad vibes. Bad vibes.
Thank you, sir.
Do you come down here
I
often
kind of
yourself?
like old man Jenkins, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
What was that, Central?
I was asking, like, do you come down here often yourself? Is there?
Oh, hell no. I said, fuck away from here. I do all my fishing way over there, on the other side of this neighborhood. This pond, that neighborhood, bad. Another neighborhood over, fine. Safe over there. Good fish too, nice and fat come summertime.
Do you know how long this place has been like this? Like, is it just as long as anyone can remember, or something happened?
Oh, a few decades now, from what I've been told. I didn't come here. I came here a couple years ago. Some kind of wild earthquake happened a couple decades back down in New York. And I don't know all the crazy shit about it, but they say that earthquake did something to the plate or some shit. I don't know. I ain't no scientific person, but it caused all the water from the lakes up north to surge and shit. And it all fucked all this shit up down here. But tell you what makes for good fishing now, the fish love that shit. Swimming around in people's old living rooms and shit. Oh yeah, they breed like crazy down in there.
I was wondering how that happened.
Favorite character.
Anyways, just, keep your wits about you and maybe don't fly your flying machine so high. That's how I knew y'all were over here.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, some people want to steal that shit. Take it apart. Sell for bits.
Wow.
sell for a cup of soup. So,
Again, thank you for the warning.
I love this guy. For no good reason.
He'll turn over his engine again and go back the way he came.
Oh, okay.
He was
Okay, yeah, so he was just coming down
delightful.
here about us.
He saw the drone and came over here to see what the fuck was going on.
Yeah.
I want to
Makes
go.
sense if usually people
to
just don't
the-
come down here at all.
I want to investigate the house he's pointing at.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it across the way. It's it looks like most of the first floor is underwater, even from here. But yeah, if y'all want to go around, it's going to be a little tricky because on that side there isn't really ground to stand on. It's all flooded out.
Mm.
So if you
Yeah,
want to
that
get into the house, you're going to have to swim to it or get a boat. And
Oh,
I
where's
remind
you
you,
on
it's
the boat?
fucking cold.
Yeah.
It is below freezing right now.
I'd like to avoid the ladder. Anyone
There's
know
a
where?
free boat on the bottom of the pond.
It's not like a boat I want to use suddenly. You had me at free boat, and then you lost me at bottom of the pond.
I mean, it's only sunk once, probably.
Well,
Can't be that bad.
once is more than enough for me to not want to get into it. Orochi, you wouldn't happen to have a boat or a way for us to get a boat?
Well, no, not exactly. No,
Okay. How not exactly?
I mean, I could probably like. She looks at the water. I've never piloted the watercraft before.
Ah.
I have.
Oh, you have? Cool. When she looks around, is there like any boats around in the lake?
No.
Rowboat or anything?
No.
Oh.
Better yet, you think you see one, and then you see a massive hole in the bottom of it.
I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
But she says, she goes like, but I know how to service one real well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
that one?
rowboat. It's effectively a sheet of aluminum with a basketball-sized hole in the bottom.
That's good. That's good. No problem.
Yeah. It's not a. Oh, I'll just fix the engine. That's need a new boat.
Well, we could always go and ask the fishery people if we could borrow a rowboat or something.
Oh,
That's true.
well, if the second
You
floor is
guys
my
also got paid. I'm just saying, fucking, you got a little bit of money.
I should buy a boat.
I don't have any money. I have negative money always.
Just saying, you guys did receive an union for your last job.
well, that thing flies, right? We could get that in through the second floor, and you could take a look around. I just want to see if we can find their stuff. If there's nothing in there and people picked it, or if there's nothing looks off, then we don't have to investigate further. But I mean, people come by, they investigate a house, and they turn up missing. It's a little weird. I mean, you've been going on about how there's a background count. Maybe a ghost got her.
Maybe.
I said that jokingly. The fact that you said maybe terrifies me, just on a fundamental level.
Well, I'm sure I could probably fly around the drone a little bit if we do need to. Like examine anything physically, the drone can't do that.
No, I get that, but let's figure out if there's anything in there to physically examine.
Yeah. And I guess Carmine, you can probably do the same with the astral.
That's true. No reason we can't do them at the same time.
Yeah.
As we get over basic matrix perception, I don't know if it was still considered in the same area or not.
Wait, where are you going? Or are you in the drone? Or are you like
Can we both
co-piloting the
occupy?
drone?
Can we both occupy the
Oh
drone?
no, wait, you don't have a rigger thing, so no.
No, I don't.
You can't
I
you
don't
can
have.
share the feed, but you're not really gonna be able to matrix search through it. No.
I really need to like bolt on a like disposable comlink slot and just clunk. Here you go, connection.
Well, you can. I'm assuming you can image link with it.
Yeah.
It's got
It's
cameras and
for-
everything, so.
Yeah.
But you're mostly for to add a node they can jump into.
I mean, if you got image link, you can create a connection. Like it's
Yeah.
running on wireless, so you can connect to it. You don't really need a comm link to have that functionality.
My computer's in my brain.
I forgot about that.
It's all fun and games until it goes through the magical process of becoming a brick.
Man, what are you gonna do if you lose your head?
I'm already dead. Doesn't matter.
So flying the drone over. Once again, there are some windows that are blasted out. Some are still in good shape, but you managed to slip in through one. Top floor seems pretty dry for the most part. You can see that there are like some travel bags that have been unpacked, clothes and such. You can see a bed that was used, all that.
Do
Looks
the
like
travel bags look like they just someone was unpacking or like packing or whatever?
it looks like unpacking. Like it matches with a story that there was a couple that went in there to stay there. And you explore the rest of the top floor. It's safe to assume this house looks like it was inhabited before that couple came, presumably before the flood happened. There is like some furniture and stuff that was left behind. Not very many like personal belongings. You are able to kind of go down into the second floor, but there is like a foot between the ceiling and the water in the downstairs. But as you're flying around the front of the house, you do see that there is tethered to a post that is like at the front door, like where the stoop is. There's like a little bit of an awning that hangs over the stoop, and there are posts. It looks like there is a rowboat that has been tied to that awning. And it's just sitting
it's
there.
floating.
Yeah, it's floating. It's just sitting there. It looks like, hypothetically, if you were in the second floor, you could crawl through a window out the front onto the roof and then walk down and then carefully lower yourself down into the rowboat.
Does the rope look new or like it's just been like have like algae and such growing on it?
It's got a little bit of stuff growing on it. It looks like it's probably been there for a couple months.
Well, there is a rowboat here, but then doesn't seem like anyone has been moving it for a while. Probably how the couple got there, I guess.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I think we need to find her friends. I think that is.
Yeah, let's see what Carmine says about the place too.
Yes,
Sure.
astrally projecting. Same thing with the upstairs. Nothing really interesting. Downstairs, place is flooded. There is stuff from back when it was first flooded. Everything's heavily water damage. The front door is closed, totally submerged in water. There's miscellaneous junk all about. There's like algae and other like molds and stuff that you can see glowing differently from the gray walls. You can see there is the aura is matching that of wood, and you can kind of recognize the shape of what you think to be a coffee table that's like been flipped over. in the living room.
Yeah.
There's like a dining room that has like a table and chairs and stuff. Very typical household, but submerged and long since abandoned, since being submerged.
Oh, okay. And from what that one guy told us, it sounded like the place was being scouted well after it was flooded. Like they were looking to kind of set up.
There is also a basement. There's a cellar, concrete, old, like 42,000 old, maybe a couple decades before that.
Oh man, if we weren't locked concrete, I go through it.
Going down there, it's for the most part gray, aside from the water itself. You can make out. There seems to be a a door that has been kind of shoved up against one of the walls.
A door?
Yes.
Like it's a door that's built into the wall? Or like a door that's not in a door frame that's like against the wall?
It's kind of hard to tell on the astral, but it does not look like it's attached.
Oh, okay. Is that the only notable thing about the cellar?
Yeah, I mean, there's like a washer and dryer down there, and cardboard that is mostly disintegrated, and other like stuff that's been left to sit and rust and what have you.
Okay. I'll jump back to my body again. Nothing super interesting there from the astral side. I did find a cellar though, really old. There was a door in there that didn't look like it was attached to anything. Couldn't tell if it was in the wall or against the wall. I think it was the latter. Regardless, going to check it out physically would be a little difficult.
In the multiple feet of water, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we gotta talk to her friends.
Yeah.
And gently force something out of them. Like, yeah, they weren't willing to talk to Andrew. They're probably not going to be super willing to talk to outsiders, so we may not be able to be gentle if we want to find her.
Yeah, like we definitely don't want to be, antagonistic to anybody.
No.
Last thing I can think of before we go anywhere, though, is there aren't really any spirits immediately around here. But if there is something weird going on, especially if it's been going on for a long time, if I can summon one up and talk to them, maybe they would know about supernatural happenings.
Hey, you would understand that some traditional summoning, you are pulling spirits from another plane.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Yeah, they're not necessarily going to have local knowledge. If you wanted a spirit that had local knowledge, you need to figure out a way to draw the attention of any potential free spirits.
Yeah.
Which are not necessarily guaranteed to be around, but it's not possible.
Yeah, probably not immediately in the area either, with the background and everything. So maybe that's a later thing. In that case, yeah, I think just finding her friends would be good. We weren't really able to get a good idea of how often they're down here. I was hoping we would run into them since we could get them all together.
Well, Old Man Jenkins makes it sound like they come down here all the time to smoke.
Yes, what do they smoke too? I'm just curious what they smoke.
Weed?
Probably.
Tobacco.
Yeah. You mentioned they come from a particular direction, right? Like if you go to that side of the pond, are there like cigarette or blunt butts or anything like that?
Said like the north side.
Yeah, if you go to the spot he pointed out, yeah, you can find cigarette butts and a few empty bottles of beer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like this is where where somebody hangs out.
Yeah, there's an old, like, rotting picnic table, and it looks like it was somebody's backyard
Yeah.
once upon a time.
On the plus side, now it's a lakeside yard. Surely the property value will go up.
Yeah, surely.
Surely.
Yeah. Well, if you wanted to know what they smoked, this is probably the place to look. Not my area of expertise.
I guess could I roll a chemistry?
I mean, you don't even have to. Looking at the butts, you can tell these are just regular ass cigarettes.
Regular
Filters and
ass
all.
cigarettes. Damn.
Yeah.
Nothing too out of the ordinary.
And you want to bribe some kids with some cigarettes, feel free to.
I don't think that's my style.
Well, if they smoke cigarettes, I wonder if they'll take a cigar.
Does giving somebody like better, fancier versions of what they already consume apply if those things are an acquired taste?
Maybe.
Are cigars an acquired taste? I've never had one.
They can
I
be.
mean, if they're the same age as
They-
her, just tell them to make them look cool.
It does have a fancier appeal, but cigars are also one of those things. It does have, to some extent, an acquired taste.
And then we are some random adults telling kids that they will look cool. Yeah.
You know what's cooler than smoking? Solving crime.
Don't let you all
think
discuss
they'll
among
necessarily
yourselves. Well, I go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll let you come up with your brilliant plan.
So, to be frank,
Seems
we
so
have
brilliant.
fucking nothing.
Yeah.
far,
we have. Well, I don't know. That one guy said that it sounds like disappearances happen around here kind of often. So whatever is causing that to happen, I think it would be reasonable to assume, at least right now, that that's what happened to Julie.
No. Yeah. Which is why I wanted to investigate the house. I wanted to see if maybe there was some going-ons in there that wasn't normal.
Yeah.
Which you called out that closet in there, but I don't got a deep sea diving suit, so I'm not going to be there to look at that.
Oh, damn.
The
Impressive you
the
have a deep sea diving
disappearances
suit.
and the weird, the even more negative vibe here, it's certainly something that stands out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely centered on the pond.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in tune enough with magics to know whether or not people constantly being kidnapped at a pond would constitute a creation of a background count. I would think so, but
I mean,
At the very least, if they had a bad enough time while getting kidnapped, probably.
doesn't like people's opinion of a place also can affect it or something?
A bit. It's more about the emotions that happen in the place itself. So it would be the opinion of the people who were there.
Mm-hmm.
Like if a place were, obscenely depressing to live in all the time, and like every day was bad, yeah. Which I mean, this place kind of does fit that bill, but there is also an epicenter for this, so I don't know. That makes me more concerned.
I mean, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, there is a chance it was just from those traffickers being drowned, which, while I don't consider that necessarily an objectively bad thing to have happened, bad people's emotions can still affect the astral. That's why we have toxic mages.
So, that being said, how do we want to try to convince the kids? Because if a community leader in the area wasn't able to get the kids to talk, we're a bunch of fucking strangers, and they're gonna likely fuck against us as well. And we're not trying to cause a big stir. So we need to have either something to give them or a lie to feed them.
Um,
Or
if there's
something that
reason-
depresses them. I don't know if they. I would just tell them we're runners, and they will be like, "Wow."
Possibly. I wonder if the reason they didn't want to talk about it was they were worried they would get in trouble.
That's a possibility.
Which I suppose if that's the case, saying, hi, we're professional criminals and we're not snitches in some form might help, but
Well, regrettably, not my area of expertise is talking to them. So if they got a device on them, I can help with that. I don't think we want to shoot them. Can't really help with that.
Yeah, shooting them would be very counterproductive.
Agreed.
yeah, well, I can definitely talk. We just need to come up with an angle before I do that.
I mean, if you want to make us look cool by saying, hey, we're professionally homeless.
Not homeless.
If I could make,
We are just people that don't exist.
If you can make.
I mean, it kind of depends on what. If I could make some stuff while we're here, I might be able to convince them with either food or other narcotics.
Food, narcotics.
Oh, maybe
Please don't
Larry
give
can make them.
children narcotics.
Larry can make them some
Food.
fireworks.
Hey kids, you want a bomb?
As entertaining as that would be.
Probably not a good idea.
I wouldn't think so.
Huh. Yeah, the only thing I can think of to specifically go on would be what I mentioned before about maybe they were worried they were going to get in trouble for something if they talked about what happened. And convincing them that we aren't going to implicate them in anything might help.
I mean, that works for me. I don't have any interest in implicating them in anything. Our goal is to find a little girl, get her home, shoot some likely terrible people in the face. All this is agreeable.
All in a day's work. These ones are my favorites. All right, so next up, finding them. We could stake this place out until they come around.
Well, we also know where they live too.
Yeah, well, we know the area they live in at least.
Wow.
Y'all want to stay here, or do you want to go to where it was mentioned you could probably find them, other than here?
Yeah. What time of day is it? Still morning, right?
Yeah, at this point, between your investigation and going between the community and the lake, I'd say it's probably about like 12:30 at this point.
Okay. They might just not be here yet for the day, so maybe waiting will help.
Up to you guys.
Yeah, I'm down to just chill by this picnic table for a little while and see if we meet them.
Sounds good to me.
I'm not hearing nays. So how
Yeah.
long are y'all willing to wait?
A couple hours, maybe. Probably not anything wild.
Okay.
I'm gonna find a shady spot.
I mean, as long as we can, we seem safe enough. Like we're not about to get mugged, and as long as we have transportation still to get back to our places at any amount of time, willing to wait 3, 4 even, because it's still what, noon?
This
Yep.
afternoon.
Are we in a place
Alright.
where Orochi's car is visible to us?
Yeah, it's only 10:30.
You're in a backyard. No, it's not going to be visible.
Oh. Hmm.
But we'll
Well,
say
Hmm?
2 hours go by.
All right.
It is 2:30 in the afternoon. No sign of these punk ass kids.
All right, we've been here for a while. Maybe they just aren't coming today. I suppose we should have asked what time of day they normally come here. Well, do we want to check their homes? See if we can talk to them one at a time?
We don't even have their names, do we?
But
Nope.
yeah, we don't have their names or what they look like.
We just know
that's
they're
true.
the kids.
We also just know the general neighborhood they live in too.
Yeah.
Like, they're our primary lead at the moment. We need to track them
Yeah.
down one way or another. If they're drinking booze and smoking cigs, either they're getting them from their parents, stealing it, whatever, or there's a convenience store nearby that don't mind selling to kids.
Hmm.
That's a good place to go. Or to start.
Maybe they'll have something there that I can look at.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if we want to get back in the car and just look around for that.
All right.
I like that better than just going door to door. Asking for
gonna-
like, hey, where are the kids at?
Are you going to start with the neighborhood that was pointed to you?
I mean, you might as well like go through it, I suppose, and see if we see anybody who could be who we're looking for.
All right, so you all pile up into the vehicle and make your way back up northward a bit, and head towards that neighborhood. Going to that neighborhood, it's definitely more of a suburban style neighborhood. It's not really flooded out. You do see there are people out and about in the streets and like in lawns and stuff. It looks like there's some effort kept to keep like the grass from overtaking things. You see like actual troll children running around. Looks like they're kicking a ball around. Not really sure if there's actually a sport or a game they're playing, but they seem to be enjoying themselves.
At least somebody is.
You also, as you're passing through, you see some of the adults take note of you passing through and kind of keep their eyes on you. You know what? No, they're not going to be subtle about it. As you're passing through, you all do notice there is a pair of boys. They're about 2 meters tall, creeping up to 2.1 meters. They look younger compared to the adults. you're safe. You think it's a good guess based off the picture of Julie. They might be around her age. And when they see that truck rolling through, they dart off into the backyard of one of the houses.
Interesting.
Did shit. Did Andrew didn't like specify that her friends were like all girls or anything like that, right?
No.
So I know that's for some reason I thought that he had said that. Maybe I just misremembered a word or misheard. So yeah, maybe I'll point them out as we go by. That could be a few of who we're looking for. Doesn't look like they're in a chatty mood though.
Well, considering the looks we've been gotten, then they're probably not too.
Yeah,
They
they might have just been taught to be wary of strange things, which is understandable.
So is the plan just to keep rolling through, or what are we doing?
I'm actually curious on seeing where those kids disappeared to, especially if they're around her age.
Okay. I mean, they went around behind the house into a backyard.
Okay.
Is the backyard fenced?
No. And obviously you can tell which house it is. So the immediately clear way to go about tracking them down is to get out of the vehicle and just walk into the backyard. There's no clear wraps around to the back or anything like that.
Yeah, no. I'll go ahead and just kind of. I'll just be like, I'm gonna hop out here. Those kids might know something, and then just kind of make my way through the back.
You get out. You get some looks. Nobody seems to stop you, but there are people watching. They are aware of you.
I give acknowledging nods.
As you make your way around the side of the house, who all is going with?
I'm staying with the car.
Okay. I could go with just as backup muscle in case.
Okay.
Probably I can go with as well. As backup. Okay.
I don't want any fuckers they can break into my car.
Yeah.
Well, it's Rhea's car. Or not. Yeah, Rhea's car we took, right?
Not Rhea, Rochi.
Orochi.
Sorry.
Rhea. That's a car.
The three of you make your way around the side of the house into the backyard, and you see these two boys talking to each other. And the one that's slightly shorter, he's probably about like 1.9 meters, kind of moves a step behind the taller boy. Is like, oh shit. You're gonna fucking kill us, dude! And shut the fuck up.
Hey, whoa, we are not after any trouble. Don't worry.
Well,
we're just trying
to. We want to kill you, boys. What gives you that impression?
Well, you know, group of outsiders roll up in what looks like a armored truck or something. It's hard to think you're not gonna maybe I don't know, roll up and just start shooting or something. And this is the taller boy speaking.
I understand. We were hired to help somebody here with something.
Real quick, I just want to judge their intentions.
Yeah, go ahead.
I get a 3 this time.
Yeah, they're definitely hiding some shit. They are scared as fuck.
Okay.
Any icons or anything on the Matrix?
No. Well, actually, that's not correct. Here and there in the neighborhood, you can kind of pick up a couple icons. Weak signals, but you can recognize icons for like Tritio players and like microwaves.
Do the Tritio players usually have cameras on the that are looking out, whether or not they're supposed to or not?
Not really.
Damn.
You know they would have like audio stuff, so you could do like voice commands, but not really cameras.
I'm probably not going to pick up what I need.
Hmm?
All right.
Headset troubles.
Yeah. It was just Discord did a thing that you guys all sounded a million miles away. Don't mind me.
Oh,
Okay.
That said, I would like to with Blur just make a perception check to like get a good eye of them in case they're physically hiding anything.
Sure. By all means.
Why? Okay, dice spot. There we go.
Yeah, it's possible they could be hiding something based off their posture and stuff. It doesn't look like they're going to be reaching for a weapon of any kind, but they are wearing thick clothes, heavy jackets and stuff. They could be hiding something. But like I said, their posture does not indicate like they're going to pull a gun or anything. They do seem younger than some of the adults you've seen. But they also look like they're, if you were to compare, they look like, coming into adulthood.
I understand if we look a bit strange. Not for any purpose. This is just how I like to dress. But we're hoping you could help us find someone.
Find who?
Do you know Julie?
Yes. Kind of.
All right, look, we're not planning on getting you in trouble with anybody if anything happens, so don't worry about that.
Look, lady, we've seen Blood 9. We know how this ends, okay? Just do it. Just get it over with. He closes his eyes.
Oh my.
Tenses.
We're just kind of tilts her head a bit.
Look,
Bro, my head.
if we were here to whack you, we wouldn't have this conversation. We're putting that out on the table right now.
He kind of cracks open one of his eyes. Honest.
We're here
Okay.
looking for someone. We're not here to whack no one.
All right.
Now, like my friend here is asking, you guys happen to know Julie, and you guys said you kind of do. What do you mean by kinda?
Okay. We know her, okay? We're friends.
Y'all hang out together every now and again.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask when was the last time y'all happened to see her?
About 5 days ago.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So when was 5 days ago? Were you guys hanging out here? Hanging out over where Julie lives? Or you just kind of
down by the pond, kind of ish. Okay, no, not really. We went past the pond. We weren't supposed to, but we went past the pond.
Okay.
Don't tell them. Please don't tell our parents.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry. We do shit we're not supposed to all the time.
Right.
Yeah. Now, did you guys go past the pond because of a dare? Did you go past the pond because there was something interesting going on?
Well, there. A lot of the houses that are flooded still have stuff in them, like cool, neat stuff and stuff like that. And so every once in a while, we have like a little, got a little like boat stash and some bushes out that way, and we go explore some of the houses.
No. See if you can find any cool leftovers. Maybe another working microwave, maybe.
Yeah.
Radio?
We saw a little bit of the old stuff down there earlier. Couldn't get the best look though.
Yeah, most of the old, like really old, like valuable stuff's been long picked over. But sometimes you find, even if it's not useful, just something cool. So we go over there sometimes.
Yeah. Did you guys happen to get separated? Did you guys split up and look elsewhere? And you just
Well, we were checking out one of the houses, and the water wasn't too crazy deep, but there was a basement. And we wanted to go down there, or we wanted to at least like check it out, but we're not. Well, we're not the best swimmers, especially like going down in the dark. And the younger one is like, he's scared of the dark. No, I'm not. Shut up. You're scared of the dark. Bedwetter? Like, you shut up. So the girls were saying they had a bad feeling about it, and they said we should just move on. But it's like there had to be something down there, right? So we kind of convinced Julie to go down there.
okay.
And and then it was like a few minutes went by, and then it was like half an hour went by, and then it was an hour.
Oh damn!
Mm-hmm.
Is this just down into the water, or down into a place that had some water?
It's down into the basement, because the basement was totally flooded. There was like a foot of water upstairs. One of the girls, one of the others, she said she thought she saw something move down there. And we fucked out. We fucked off. We ran. I'm gonna be honest, we just left.
Okay.
Oh fuck! All right.
Do you remember which house it was?
It's one like this really ugly, like yellow paint. It's got to be like really old house. I mean, it looked really bad.
I'll never understand why anyone paints houses yellow.
I don't know, but it it's like this, especially how old it was. It's like this really gross, barfy yellow color because it's like got shit growing on it.
The one that we went to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and so you are also there with a couple other people, kids of the neighborhood. Do you have any?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind describing them and giving us names so we can go talk to them about what happened to Julie?
Is everyone else all right?
Yeah, everybody else is fine. There was myself, Marcus. This is Max. And then Gwen was with us. Gwen McKay, and Eileen. Eileen is same age as me. Gwen is between me and Max. And they both got like brown hair. Horns are curling a bit.
They both got brown eyes.
Okay.
They're not related though. They just look similar. They get confused as sisters a lot.
Can see that happening, yeah.
They live down the street at the cul-de-sac.
Okay. They live down the street at the cul-de-sac.
Don't tell our parents, please. Please. My dad will kill me.
Look, you guys have been very helpful. There's nothing we're going to tell your parents because you're actually helping us helping find Julie.
Okay.
That's the biggest reason why we're down here. We're just looking for any information we can find. And we know that she happened to hang out with some people over at the pond sometimes, and she hangs out with kids over here from time to time. So.
Yeah, we're not here to, like, get anyone or anything. We just want to make sure she's all right.
Right.
Find out what happened, you know.
So, we thank you for being helpful. You guys also happen to, I don't know, sometimes hang out at the pond and have a bit of a smoke and a drink.
Yes.
Are you about to give kids drugs?
Shadowrun. Become drug dealer for kids.
Yeah, get them to enjoy something that they'll never afford.
Yeah, man.
Fails the addition test instantly on like fucking super expensive drugs. That'd be shitty.
Hey kid, have you ever tried K10?
You don't have to worry about trying K10 again.
We have Neuro X10. I don't think they're gonna enjoy that.
Yeah, and you're probably likely to die from using them.
I'm gonna go back to the car. Have a good day.
Yeah, no.
I'm not getting in the crossfire. Whatever's about to happen.
That's perfectly fine. Sweetie just kind of looks around and just reaches over into a pocket that he happens to pull out a couple of about a quarter-inch thick and about 5-inch long little cigars with this really nice red and gold wrap at the very end.
They look at it with a curious eye. What's that?
Token of appreciation for helping us out. If you guys happen to find anything else or remember anything else while we're still here looking for Julie, well, we're not hard to find. So,
yeah, sure. Whatever you say, man. They will take the offered cigar. They will carefully tuck it inside of one of their big old jacket pockets.
For a second, I thought you actually were going to like give him Neurostun and tell him it was something else.
Oh god.
Look, I am not that.
You want to go on a real
not
trip?
that mean. I am not that.
Foaming at the mouth, laying on the floor, twitching.
Look, that might be considered murder.
Only if they die.
All right. So they take the cigar. Are you wanting to return to the vehicle?
Well, yeah. Should also keep a lookout for the other children that they mentioned.
Yeah, you can see going back to the vehicle. It's not terribly far down the road where the cul-de-sac is that they pointed out.
Okay.
And as you all head down that way, you can see that there are
There are, in fact, a pair of girls sitting in the grass of one of the yards, chatting, as well as like there's a group of adults chatting not too far away from them, as well as kids, playing. You have to absolutely drive slow because they are not really paying much attention.
And that's understandable. Their kids playing around in their neighborhood.
Come here to rescue a kid, just end up running another kid over in the car. Well, this was the opposite of what we came here for.
I think we got what we need from the boys. Like, we know where they're at if we need to ask more questions. I think we need to go find that ugly-ass yellow house.
Well, I was also going to go ask the girls what they potentially saw, what bad vibes they were getting. Because honestly, any extra little detail can be helpful if we're walking into a...
Somewhere spooky.
Yeah.
Basically.
Or at least potentially deadly.
Yeah. At least somewhere moist.
Okay, so going to go to the girls? Or nah?
I vote nah, but y'all do you. I'm not talking to them or their parents, which is the bigger concern.
Blur is the backseat driver on this. Like,
I don't want to be the rando that walks up to kids in their yard, like, while there are adults watching them, just be like, hey.
That's where we're going.
Hey kid, want drugs?
Oh. Fude wants to go still talk to the girls who were part of that group. So
yeah, I'll hang out in the car.
Fude will get out and go. Fude will get out and actually approach the parents.
Okay.
Or we'll go and approach the adult.
Okay, so you get out. The adults do realize, like, okay, here's a strange person getting into this armored vehicle. What the fuck do they want? They're eyeballing you. You can tell one of the guys is kind of positioning in himself in a way to prepare himself to draw a weapon if need be.
Well, that's fine. Fude will walk up, open palms out to his sides, and walk up to the parent, all the adults slowly.
Okay. What did you want to say, Fisk?
Yeah, to be fair, Orochi's step van isn't super heavily armored. Looks more like a very modified city van right now.
Even still,
what are you
it is a
doing?
van that has people coming out of it.
It doesn't belong here.
Yes. So yeah, you approach this group of adults. They are very trepidatious. You do see out of the corner of your eye, these girls are kind of anxious seeing you, similar to the boys were. But they don't make any immediate moves. One of the men steps forward. What do you want?
I am here at the request of Senor Andrew.
Raises her brow at that.
Yes. I'm mostly just on a information hunt, as it were. I happen to know that Senor Andrew mentioned that Julie had friends in this neighborhood, and I was wondering if any of her friends were in the area for us to talk to, if possible. We're just
Something happened to Julie?
That is unfortunately why we are here.
His glance shoots over to the girls. Gwen, get over here. And you see one of the girls gets up, younger of the two from what you can tell, and comes over. Did something happen to Julie? She kind of shrinks a bit. I don't know.
Well, that is what we're here to find out. Because unfortunately, my friends and I, we were contacted by by Senor Andrews, and we were asked in looking into Julie and her last known whereabouts. It would appear she hasn't been home for a few days, and her uncle is getting a little bit concerned. Do you mind answering a few questions that I happen to have?
Yeah, the apparent father crosses his arms and stares at her, and she awkwardly shrugs. I guess.
Okay. Do you have? When was the last time you happened to be seeing Julie or hung out with her?
About 5 days ago.
Okay. 5 days ago. Okay. Would you? Where were you all hanging out when you was the last time you saw her?
She nervously glances at her dad, then looks back at you. We were out at the pond.
Okay. And the pond. The pond. Cody makes a tilt of the head and just. So I'm actually trying to remember what the name of the pond was, and I already forgot.
Collins. It's Collins Pond.
Okay. That would be Collins Pond, is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you all happen to leave at the same time? Did Julie happen to go separately somewhere?
I think she went separately back to her place. I can't really remember.
Okay. Judge intentions just for the sake of it?
Sure.
Oh my god.
Maybe she doesn't remember.
No, I'm edging.
Okay.
On stream?
Please not chat while we're recording, but okay.
I'm using a point of edge. AJ's not here. Go away.
So it'd be okay to be doing that if he was here. See how it is.
I would expect
she's
those
full of
jokes
shit.
from him.
She's lying. You're pretty sure she is lying to not get in trouble with her dad.
Okay. Was there anyone else that you were all hanging out with? Was it just you and Julie? Was it you and your friend and Julie, or?
It was. I mean, Eileen and I were there, and it was Marcus and Max. So tested Max.
Okay.
I mean, fucking yes, Max. I was right. Okay, started to doubt myself.
Like your real life self.
Yeah. I was like, I did it. I didn't give two M names. I did. Stupid.
Surely you're not serious. I am.
Yeah.
Don't call me Shirley.
Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting to say that you mentioned Marcus and Max. We happened to see them earlier and asked them the same questions, and they confirmed. Last time they all saw Julie was about 5 days ago, not too far off from Collins Pond.
Not too far off. What does that mean?
Well, from what I understand in the conversation, they were not too far off from Collins Pond, might be on the other side of it.
There is a sharp inhale as he turns his head and looks at her. And you can see her shrinking in her clothes.
Now, I'm not entirely familiar with the area, not entirely familiar with Collins Pond. So I'm not entirely sure what is too far for that, for you, for this community, and for you. But from the understanding was there might have been some explorations around the pond. Don't know how far, don't know exactly where. And so far, from what I understand from the two boys that we talked to, everything seems to match up in terms of what we're hearing now. With the last seeing of Julie being somewhere in the area of Collins Pond. Is there anything else you can describe or point out about when or where you last saw Julie?
She shakes her head.
Hmm.
Orochi asked in the comment, maybe ask them if they know anyone that would know where she was and been.
So I'm just gonna sit. This next part is gonna be in out of character context.
Okay.
We kind of already know most of the people that were already there. It's this girl, the other girl who was sitting not too far from these group of adults, and then the two boys. Well,
yep.
So realistically, there really isn't anyone else to point out to. Because yes, I'm not talking to both girls. I am talking to one at the moment. But doesn't seem to be very good for them at this time. So I'll switch back into character. Okay. So do you have a rough time you last saw Julie 5 days ago? Afternoon or evening, maybe? Early morning?
I think it was the afternoon. It was getting on towards dusk, I think.
Okay. Was there anyone else besides, I believe it was Eileen, Marcus, and Mac that was with you all?
It was just us.
Okay. Uday will slowly turn towards who he assumes to be the apparent Gwen.
Yep.
Uh,
He looks pissed. You do not need to make a judge attentions roll. He is fuming.
No. Oh, I don't entirely doubt it. Just I believe that is all the questions I have for her. If you don't mind, I would like to ask everyone here, including yourself, sir, if there was anything else you might have seen, or when was the last time everyone here happened to see Julie?
We didn't even know she was missing.
Ah. I see.
Well then,
Wait, didn't Andrew do like a collection to hire us?
Not
maybe
necessarily
he
from
did.
this part of the community.
He
That's
also
true.
might not have told people why he was doing a collection, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not entirely clear to you all how their communities are set up or work or anything like that. So maybe he did, maybe he didn't. It's not super clear.
I mean,
That's fair.
my assumption was that seeing as this is a different area, Andrew's community was more of by the storefront and apartments. This is a different part of the community that has its own structure, and therefore they're not necessarily the same, but they're by proximity the same group.
Yeah.
Oh, that was my thought. So, switching back into character, I see. Well, were there any other kids that Julie is known to also hang out with?
None that I
Or-
know.
Okay. Well, I do believe that is all the questions I happen to have, at least at this time. We may be in the area for another day or two. If anyone happens to remember anything, you can more than likely find us in this van or over by where Senor Andrews has a residence.
Yeah, we'll be sure to do that.
Thank you all for your time. And
He
Fude will
nods and
Takes Gwen by
slow.
the arm and starts going towards the house.
Oh boy.
Oh, geez.
Ripping pepperonis.
Pepperonis.
my kid, not my problem.
Orochi, meanwhile, will just. How far away is the pond from here?
About 10 minutes.
Okay. She'll send her drone over there.
Oh,
She's gonna map out buildings that probably could be spots that people have dove into or whatever.
I mean, pretty much all the neighborhoods on the other side of the pond are flooded out.
Yeah, but she's marking down notable locations just to sort out.
Sure.
Fair. And then also keep an eye out for the shoddy yellow building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one's not terribly hard to find. It's in the same neighborhood as the one you went into, but it's a little bit of a ways down the street, or what would have been a street.
Yeah, Fude will make his way back to the car.
Yeah.
Well, this is
Oh,
going to
how
be
did it
definitely
go?
interesting. Oh, this is definitely going to be interesting.
Mhm.
Apparently, no one mentioned that Julie might have already been missing for a number of days.
Well, we know she's been missing for 5.
From what
Yeah.
we heard from the boys, yes.
No, I mean, didn't we hear that also from the dude who plays the thing, or the Johnson?
Yeah, 5 days has pretty consistently been the time we've been given by everybody.
Okay, I might have missed the timing from like the Johnson and the uncle. Yeah, I think there might be some discipline going on because that's not come to light that what someone is missing.
The kids, I mean, if they did things they aren't supposed to, they're probably scared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. But so far, everything seems to be consistent with the story that we got from the 2 boys last time they saw, at least from what I was able to gather without going too far into details. 5 days ago, Julie was last seen. They were over by Collins Park and just a bit further out.
Yeah. Sounds like Julia was sent down to explore the basement and she didn't come back out. Somebody thought they saw something moving later, and everybody bugged out.
Oh, we should probably check out that place. Did we know which bridge building it was?
Yeah, it was the. Yeah.
Now, this is not a Blur idea, but this sounds like some spirit bullshit.
This sounds like some spirit bullshit. I'm gonna put that on the wall.
The Lady of the Lake changed careers, and I don't like it.
The Lady of the Lake's like a Rusalka now, or something.
Yeah.
The Lady of the Lake is wrapping getting some felonies. Got a
Jeez.
rap sheet. She fell on hard times after Arthur.
God damn. I mean, there's a chance. I mean, I'm not very optimistic if she went down into water and didn't come back.
Mm-hmm.
Freezing water.
Yeah, let's be real. She might have drowned, but we want to know for sure what happened before we try to give anybody any answers, of course.
Some things that we might need to prep before we go and do this. We might need A, some diving equipment, and B, maybe getting a body bag wouldn't be a bad idea.
That's fair. That is entirely fair.
Yeah. I can also check that house out on the astral once we're over there. I won't really be able to tell what color the house is from there, so we'll have to find it physically first. But
That's understandable.
Anyone of you have any contacts or whatever that could supply us with that? Would a street doc be able to supply you with a body bag?
Probably.
Probably. Yeah, that's a good point. I do know one of those.
You also know a guy in the area who might be able to.
Yeah. Also, any bag is a body bag if you're brave enough.
Always go talk to Tubbs.
That's what I was blind, yes.
For body bags.
Everybody seemed convinced he was sketchy enough that it's safe to assume he might have.
Honestly, he probably does. And
I mean, he's got to do something with the women once he's done with them.
Jeez.
Come on, if that dude hasn't said your mouth looks pretty once in his life, I will eat my shoe.
Well, I would rather not deal with him if I have to, but you know.
Also, yes.
So, Zach, would a street dog possibly have access to one of those?
The street doc would almost certainly have access to a few body bags.
All right, gonna send off a message to ask about that.
Also,
Roll your loyalty. See if they pick up.
as a side thing, Zemian,
Yep.
could I contact my mechanic to see if she knows of any spare boat?
Yeah.
Easier for us to kind of care, for easier for all of us to kind of work with versus a.
Roll their loyalty. See if they pick up.
No,
Yeah.
probably not.
No, they're not picking up for
Yeah,
Ollie
far out in the stick.
or Fisk. Damn. Everybody's busy today.
Well, I can call
busy,
Plasma
busy,
and
busy.
see if they've got.
Yeah.
See if, what did I decide? See if he has any body bags.
Sure.
Not 54. I meant to roll or 56. I meant to roll 5.
Yeah.
I'm not loyalty 56, unfortunately.
I'd be really curious how you managed that.
Nice mid.
Just cancel the roll again.
There we go.
What?
One.
All right. Yeah. They pick up. You let them know you're looking for a body bag, and they're like, "Oh, I mean, that's a little bit of a weird request, but such a thing can be provided for
Awesome.
a small fee of 20 million."
Oh, not a problem. Hopefully, I won't need it, but it's a precaution.
Um,
Yeah, I'll be by in a little bit to get it.
Cool.
I couldn't reach my
Thanks.
mechanic friend or my mechanic contact. Can I try reaching out to? What did I actually have them listed down as? Can I reach out to my fixer?
Yeah, that's what they're for, is fixing you with shit.
Cool.
There was that one boat that we saw by the other house.
Which is also, yeah, that's that. There's also another rowboat that the kids were running around with, but I don't know how big that is going to be for all of us.
Yeah, and you're not sure where they actually stashed it.
They said just in the bushes.
Oh, there's a lot of bushes around there.
Oh, that's critical.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, and the rowboat that was tied to the house, remember, it's in the middle of the water, so somebody's gonna have to swim out to it.
Well,
Yeah. I think I can get to it. I don't have to go underwater.
Okay.
Well, I can swim too.
Orochi, do you think you could drive me over to pick up that bag?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to check out the place astrally first?
I might as well grab the bag first. I don't want to leave him waiting.
Yeah.
Well, I know where his shop is. I can actually I can look at it astrally while you're driving there, and then just pop back in once I'm done.
Well, didn't you tell me that it's hard to locate your body if I drive away?
If I don't know where you're going.
Okay.
Well, yeah, then if you get stuck in traffic or something, though, then I won't know where you are. Yeah, let's play it safe.
Yeah.
Damn, I was really hoping.
Yeah, I bet you were.
Yeah, a little bit.
And thought.
Okay.
All right.
I assume it's not too big of a deal to
Yeah, it's just a time thing. It's gonna be close to dark by the time y'all get back.
Well,
you gotta get back into the city proper and then come back.
That's true.
Can I be dropped off at my place?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm grabbing the food truck.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. So y'all go down there, pick up a body bag, and then start driving back. So it'll be the traffic will be a little bit kinder going into the city at the time that you are. So that'll be about an hour-ish. So it'll be 15:30. And then going out of the city, it won't be too bad. So it'll be about 16:30 getting back, which, by the way, when you are almost back to the pond, Foodie, you get a response. Yeah, text message. What's up?
Oh,
from your mechanic.
From the mechanic. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Send a message. Looking for a boat. Any
boat? What kind of boat?
A small watercraft for like probably enough to hold 6 to 8 people.
I mean, how above board are you looking? Are you looking to like rent a guy to take you on a tour or something, or?
Don't know if you know of any tours over in Wyndham, because that's where I need the boat at.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, boat's not too hard. I think you'd probably be a little bit more pressed to find a trailer to haul the boat. But I could take a look around. It might take a little bit of time, but I could peek around for you.
Anything would be helpful, because got a job and it's gonna need that boat.
I'll see what I can do. I'll let you know.
Thanks.
So yeah, y'all get back to Collins Pond. How do you want to do this?
All right, let's see if we can find that house first. Based on the description we've been given, I don't mind it will be, or I don't imagine it will be that hard to spot.
Almost certainly not. The biggest issue is you just can't drive over to the neighborhood. You're pretty much driving to one side of Collins Pond, and then you gotta like huff it and then cross water.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's like out in the middle of the pond.
Well, the pond is, the actual pond itself on the map is overflowed into the south neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So pond is kind of turned a little bit into a lake, technically. But those southern neighborhoods are totally flooded out and can't really walk through water. Not water that deep.
I think if you have the right ADAPT power, you can walk on water.
Yeah, but y'all don't have that.
But
so how do you want to do this?
All right, where was that one boat that we saw? Because did you let us know that your guy might have a boat, Foodie?
Because it's nothing confirmed, he has not said anything.
Okay. Might be able to levitate over to the one boat we saw, and then bring it over.
Could also just take a look around the Collins Pond, because the kids did say that they had a boat stashed in some of the bushes.
Yeah, somebody else is still using that one though.
I don't know if the kids will be using that anytime soon.
Or they shouldn't be using it, so there could be someone else's. I say we look for the boat for a little bit. If we don't find it, we can go get the other one that's been moored for a couple of months. This one we know floats.
That's true.
True.
Give me some perception checks. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
All right.
Oh boy. My perception is not the best.
Mine is okay.
It's only 7.
I have played a actually this is the only game I've done it in. Shadowrun is that where I've played a primarily perception-based character, or perception and sensing.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh
Omen.
yeah.
Let me tell you, what was that?
Omen was cool.
And you know that perception-based characters are worthless?
I loved playing Omen. That was a very fun character. I think she was actually like my favorite Shadowrun character I've played. And let me tell you, the quality of life of having perception and sensing that good was awesome. I almost played her again in this, actually.
Mm-hmm. And for reference, the perception thing is just a little joke about someone that.
Yeah, someone that's. I think it was like someone on Reddit or something that was saying perception-based characters are worthless.
Yeah.
Or something.
Wild take.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember who said it, but like, first of all, I don't think I haven't never even seen someone else play a perception-based character. So like, I'm like, is this a common enough occurrence to have a take on it? Like, I don't know.
I mean, my World of Darkness character certainly was.
Just remember, Cyclonic Rift doesn't change the board state.
Wait, was that the same person?
It
I
might
remember
be.
who said that.
It's the same type of person, at least.
You're not wrong. Also, yeah, Abby and Wad was great, or is great. I mean, I guess she's technically still around.
Mm-hmm.
A take.
Funny enough, Omen and Abby were the same type
The
of
Adams.
character. Yeah, holy, just like, roll your perception check and just see the universe.
I feel like someone has the take that Cyclonic Rift doesn't change the board state, never plays wide.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it was like that. It doesn't change the game state, which like it does. Sometimes it makes you not die.
But, so what's the over-under on everyone thinking? Do we think that she just drowned and...
Oh, hell no.
I mean, it's possible. That's the logical, likely explanation.
So we don't find a
This is
body?
Shadowrun.
Yeah, if we don't find a body, we gotta open a basement door underwater, which is gonna be fun for no one.
Yeah, well, this is a different house than the one I saw the door in, I think.
Well, they mentioned that they also saw a door underneath in this one. That could be connected.
Okay.
Why?
Or there could be
Not a
multiple
clue.
houses with basements.
It could be one of those places where all the houses are built the same way on the inside.
Yeah.
Multiple houses connected together would be interesting, though. I don't know why you would do that, but
I don't know if you wanted a way to monitor people that are poor, or find a way to keep them poor, or have a constant supply of test subjects because you are a shitty corporation that enjoys experimenting on those who won't be missed.
City Hall, hospital, and a psych ward, and I think 2 other places here in my hometown are linked by underground passages.
Yeah. On a meta level, there's no way this is just a she drowned game. Like,
oh, definitely not.
Oh, I am expecting shenanigans.
Peter also thinks this is some spirit bullshit. So
Yeah, I'm like,
Lake's haunted.
yeah, we got lakes haunted. People are disappearing in a spooky basement, and stuff was seen moving around afterwards. Yeah, no, lake's haunted. Lake's hella haunted.
Lake's haunted. There's the background count too.
Orochi has bad vibes about the place because of what we've learned about the rumors and whatnot, but she's currently going on the assumption that she's probably drowned in a foolish salvage attempt, and that's tragic. But
Yeah, that is still very tragic. Like, that would suck. I mean, I have personally experienced the bad vibes of the place.
Mm-hmm.
So the place does have bad vibes, and apparently people disappear here often. I don't know if salvaging stuff from submerged basements is just a popular activity here and really dangerous, but
I mean, it seems like a thing that would be popular.
it's probably kind of fun
Honestly.
outside of the danger.
Yeah,
At least not when it's not like cold.
Yeah.
you talking about bad vibes at the place is certainly what feeds into Orochi's bad vibes of the place.
Yeah, Orochi, it's just like, oh, I'm getting some bad vibes in this place. Come back from the astral. There's some bad vibes.
Yeah.
Knew it.
Bad vibes confirmed.
Yeah. I can measure. There are measurably bad vibes.
Orochi does certainly have vibes around her place because she has symbiosis. So.
Oh yeah.
True. Oh man, don't live here.
That bad vibes.
Yeah,
I live in
no.
Bad vibe central pond, I guess. Yeah, I'm on a Carmen's in a weird spot where it's just like, yeah, the most likely thing is that she drowned, but that could just be that I'm kind of jaded due to being something that goes bump in the night.
To clarify, they did not say in the yellow house that there was a door in the basement.
Oh,
okay.
Just that it was dark down there, and they thought that there would probably be something valuable down there, and they convinced her to go down there.
And the one kid is scared of the dark.
Yeah.
No, totally not. He says.
And the girls had a bad vibe. They did not think they should go down there. But the boys convinced Julie to go.
How bad could it be? Echoes throughout history.
What could possibly go wrong? I got 2.
It takes all about 30 minutes, but you find a dense cluster of bushes surrounded by some trees where a rowboat has been hidden.
Yo,
It is large enough to hold all of you.
I guess if it normally holds like 6 trolls, like, that makes sense.
Yep.
Are we gonna have anyone sit in one Orochi's car?
I mean, I'm not going diving.
Does that car have like security measures built into it outside the normal stuff? Like, do we even need to worry about that?
Oh God. Ew. Just the idea of Blur starting going diving.
Does Blur have the requisite skills for that? I don't remember if there's a swim skill in this.
Top of the stats, at least.
That's true. I can't swim.
I did not take swimming on her, but you know, 7 agility is a hell of a thing.
Yeah, I don't have any dots in swimming, but I can.
There's a diving skill, which is used for swimming underwater.
Oh goddamn!
I don't have that either. So,
did you see that there was a diving skill and then just be like, man, whoever takes that?
I love water features in my games.
Trap house.
No.
We're gonna go on this boat and party, and then we're gonna fight something on the water.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't have any skills in swimming, but I do have levitate, so I can just T-pose my way through the water.
You have the boat. You've mentioned somebody potentially staying behind at the vehicle. What are we doing?
Orochi, being a drone operator, is gonna stick with the vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just Blur can go diving. It's gonna be an uncomfortable conversation for her.
Okay.
And tuck it in.
Fucking God. Yeah, because you guys got to understand. Like, I know Foodie wears the mask. Blur just wears anything to cover herself up. It's obvious she's a changeling, but she thinks she's doing a good job.
Especially to Rhea, who is just like openly.
Ray, I thought it was Orochi.
Orochi. And Rhea's kind of a changeling now.
Okay.
Anyhow.
Who else staying at the vehicle? We have Orochi staying at the vehicle. Is anybody else staying at the vehicle?
St. Cloud.
St. Cloud staying at the vehicle. Anybody else?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think all Larry's skills would be on site, so it's better for him to go.
Okay. The rest of you load up the boat, and you begin the arduous task of rowing across the pond. Make your way over into the next neighborhood. It is dusk at this point. The sun is setting. It's about a half an hour until dark. But as you row through this quiet, still neighborhood where you occasionally can hear water sloshing, you do, in fact, see a awfully yellow painted house. In a convenient spot where you can tie a boat to. Well, actually, it's a little bit uphill, like I had said in their description. So the front door is accessible. There's about like a foot and a half of water in front of the door. But you can enter the house and walk through the first floor. It's just your feet are going to be wet. Otherwise, you're going to have to try to climb up onto the roof and get in on the second floor.
The floor is not lava, but still.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
So you can either try not to get wet or accept the fact that you're going to get wet.
I mean,
can we open the door and just row the boat in there?
The boat's a little wide for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. These are human houses, not troll houses.
Honestly,
you're gonna reach in to feel.
Climbing might not be a bad idea, at least for like Blur.
So what?
Climbing might not be a bad idea for Blur. Like just so we have somebody going up on the second floor, getting a eye there.
Okay.
Just in case.
I'm gonna be the dude who's just making sure the boat doesn't fall over, I guess.
Okay.
I'm gonna reach my hand into the water. Is it cold enough that it's like dangerous to be in it?
Yes. It's cold. It's freezing it. And the sun's going down.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's try to go in from the second floor. That's probably the safer way to go. I can levitate myself, but that takes a bit of extra focus on my part, and I probably can't reasonably do that for everybody, so.
Yeah, that's fine. Blur has the requisite abilities to handle herself.
Yeah. I might have to levitate myself anyway because I am not optimistic about my chances of successfully climbing a house with my stats, so I'm gonna do that. If is the sun low enough that like I don't have to worry about my allergy?
Yes.
Okay, I'll drop the alleviate spell, so I'm not taking that penalty. Actually, I've forgotten that on some of my rolls.
Still at a -2 here.
Oh, from the background.
Yes.
That's good. Better than being at the -5 I'd be at from the sustaining, the background count, and the mild allergy that I can't go below.
Do I presume that climbing up is going to be a gymnastics test?
It's going to be more about, you know what? Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm looking at all the skills and I'm like, there's not actually like just a climbing skill.
Yeah, gymnastics.
I think it is gymnastics because I'm pretty sure that like climbing is like a specialty. Oh, okay, yeah. Cast Stiff Force 1 because I can lift 5 times my weight.
Okay, that's
with 1 success.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot to declare the force, but 6 successes. One hit because force is the limit. I think drain is minimum 2, I believe.
Okay. Cody, making your focus, making sure the boat doesn't tip over. When the rabbit jumps out of the boat, it takes some effort to counterweight, but you do stop the boat from capsizing from the rabbit jumping out of the boat to climb onto the house.
Wait, did she just like jump out of like superhumanly high?
No.
Kind of what you got to do. You kind of got to jump out to get a hold of something.
Yeah, she's not jumping superhumanly high. She's just getting out of the boat.
Yeah. Regardless, it is going to rock the boat because this is just a rowboat. It does not take much, depending on the type of boat you're in, to tip it.
Yeah, I will gently float out a bit.
Yeah.
To follow where Blair goes.
Yeah. You all get onto the roof and head into the second floor of the house. Looks like it's kind of been picked over. Nothing quite phenomenal. You entered through a bedroom. The upstairs is pretty plain. Bedrooms, bathroom, some furniture left. A lot of personal belongings have clearly been taken out of this place. And you find the stairs that go downstairs. You can see the stairs at the bottom of the stairs. There's that foot and a half of water that is sitting there. That runs all throughout the bottom floor of the house.
And damn. All right. Well, we can get to the basement, but I think our problem is going to be much the same as it was for the kids, in that going into it is going to be dangerous no matter what. Let me see real quick. I have an endoscopic camera. I don't know how long that is, though.
I don't think it's going to be long enough.
Probably not.
I think you're thinking of doing.
Yeah, I was gonna see if I could snake it down the stairs, but
yeah, the purpose of those are to kind of snake them underneath doors and such.
It's not meant for larger scale. Yeah, it's about a meter long.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot it's got myomeric rope also, so you can kind of make it move by yourself. But still not long enough for this situation. Okay. Yeah, that won't help. I don't know. I don't know if levitate works on liquid. Probably not. I mean, if it did, I would have to push it to the side, and it's not like I could lift a chunk of it out because it would just fall back in.
Exactly.
Or the rest of the water would fall back in.
I'm going to reenact ship pushing a boulder up a hill.
Yeah.
Sisyphus.
Wow.
He's my hero.
Let's see.
Interesting.
Oh fuck! You know what? Let me see what abilities water spirits have.
Okay.
So while you do that, random hair is gonna jump St. Cloud. St. Cloud is going to try to look up conspiracies about Wyndham.
Sure. By all means, go ahead.
Is St. Cloud in the boat as well?
No, St. Cloud is in the van where it is warm.
Got it. Just wanted to ask.
5 successes.
He's not all about that cold bullshit.
So there's some conspiracies. There are the first and foremost you find is on a forum called the Fist of Humanity that goes on at some length about a guy who has cracked the case. He's figured it out. You see, Wyndham being flooded was not some side effect of a natural disaster. It was actually a troll shaman who summoned several water spirits who wanted to flood and kill hundreds of humans so they could take over the zone for the trolls only. And he has plenty of evidence to suggest this is the case.
Does most of it
None of it makes sense.
Does most of
How'd
it
you do
start
that?
with the phrase "it looks like"?
Yes.
God.
How did you do that? I could hear the air quotes.
Yeah. There is also there are some people who think that the flooding of the area was because it was done by magical eco-terrorists to create a sort of to force the creation of a nature preserve for paracritters.
Well, that didn't.
There's also there are ghost hunters who are like, there's definitely like tons of spirits now out in Wyndham, but none of them have actually found evidence of actual ghosts because that's like an ongoing thing in Shadowrun. Like ghosts aren't a thing as far as anybody is sure about. Like spirits are a thing, but like spirits of the dead isn't really a thing.
Yeah.
But there are ghost hunters determined to try to find evidence out there because there's been a lot of death out there. And yeah, I mean that's about it. It's a lot of stuff like that.
But is there any evidence of any paracritters?
Oh yeah, certainly. Nothing that matches what this is.
Okay.
But yeah, there's been shit. There have also been I actually need to find the name of the thing before I tell you what it is. Because I might be misremembering the name. But it's moose related that has been noted to be in the area.
It's not an aquatic thing that drowns troll children, though.
It might be.
Let me see.
Real life moose can swim, believe it or not, because of course they can.
Yeah.
And orcas eat them.
Yeah, that's.
Which is kind of fucking horrifying on its own.
Yeah, I think there is a paracritter moose. There's like a spider moose or some other wild thing in Shadowrun. I don't remember.
Kill it with fire.
Yeah.
Spider moose? What the fuck?
Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to find it. Because this thing is documented. You'd be able to find it online. Yeah, here it is. Spider moose.
Oh wow, I was right.
You find reports of such a spider moose being in the woods that can be found in Maine and Canada, in areas that are particularly polluted. They're moose that have 2 additional pairs of legs with hooked claws on each leg, and a slightly lightened bone structure that allows them to climb trees. As well as stripped mining quarries and such. Along with the extra legs, they have expanded their diet to be omnivores.
Oh no!
Oh great! So now
they climb up trees and they wait for unsuspecting prey to pass beneath them, where they drop on top of them with their full weight.
Just pulverize whatever it is.
Pretty much.
Spider moose does whatever the fuck it wants.
St. Cloud will link everyone that article because cursed knowledge needs to be shared.
Oh, thanks. I already have enough trouble sleeping during the day. We're in the area too.
Cool. I hate it.
Everyone just on their comm links get a boop boop.
Oh my god. Maybe St. Cloud had some information. Oh fuck, why is that real?
Yeah.
Oh, awful.
Yep. All right. So what are you doing with this water spirit, or anything at all?
Well, I was looking up to see if it had any particular abilities for manipulating water. It doesn't seem to be the case, but they do move through water very well. Yeah. So yeah, they move twice as fast when in water. Oh wait, actually, I should make sure my tradition can even summon water spirits before even thinking about this.
Oh yeah, that might be a good idea.
Okay,
I wonder how spider moose tastes.
Like spider and moose, probably.
Spider and Moose sounds like a really shitty Russian cartoon.
Yes, the water spirits are the illusion spirits for Aztec. All right. Well, I can summon a spirit to help with scouting down there. Water spirits in particular can move extremely quickly through water, as you'd imagine. So if there's anything dangerous, they should be good at making a quick escape.
So, do the summoning.
All right, let's see. My summoning dice pool is base 9, so I'll be at 7. I'm gonna summon. I don't really need a super high force spirit for just looking around. I will do a force 2.
Okay.
Shit, I don't even remember what I'm rolling against. I don't remember if it's just the force of the spirit, or I think I.
Yeah, I believe it's just force. Or yeah, because I think it's just force to summon. It's force times 2 to bind.
Let's see, attempt summoning.
You have to get twice as many successes as its force, and then you have to resist the drain it got on successes.
I think that might be binding. Yeah, okay, here we go. Summoning opposed test using summoning plus magic versus the spirit's force. Okay, so it's rolling the force against me. And I think hits are or net hits are services.
Yes.
Yes.
So let's see. So I'm rolling 7 after the background count against the spirits 2. Summoning is not my specialty. 3.
It's rolling twice its force to resist you.
Just its force. Or actually, I got 2 hits because its force is also the limit of the test.
Okay. So you got 2 net hits.
Yep.
All right. You summon this water spirit. It manifests before you as this. Well, it's going to appear in the astral before you as this bubbling, roiling mass of water in a vaguely humanoid shape.
Yeah. I'll give the spirit a slight bow of my head. Greetings. Sorry to bring you into what's probably a very uncomfortable place, but I was hoping to call upon your expertise for a bit of scouting.
As long as it's quick.
Should be. So down in the basement over here is completely submerged, and we're looking for a troll girl who got lost in the area. We don't know if there's anything dangerous down there at all, but from what I understand, you're very fast in the water. If there is anything dangerous, just bug out of there and let us know. No need to risk yourself.
Okay. It will start moving.
Awesome. Thank you.
And it will go down there. Our rabbit changeling, Blur, does not see this spirit, just hears talking to air.
Yeah.
And the spirit disappears out of sight on the astral, and then after a minute comes back. It is a space. There is no person down there.
Weird. And were you able to see? Well, I know, like, if someone isn't alive anymore, it would be a little hard to tell from the astral. Were you able to see anything that could have been shaped like remains or anything like that?
No, not that I would. Not shaped like you. There's stuff, square things, and such other shapes that are unnatural, but no person.
strange. Somebody else talked about maybe seeing something moving down there. Nothing like that, I assume. Or rather, if
Did
you're only
not
talking about stuff,
see-
nothing living.
Did not see anything living, only stuff and unnatural formation things.
When you say unnatural, do you just mean things created by metahumanity?
It nods, I believe so.
Oh, okay.
They are without color, without sense, not normal.
That sounds about right. Huh. Give me one moment to confer with my friends. I am talking to the spirit who went down there. They're saying they didn't see anyone or anything living, only stuff.
Uh,
What do you mean by stuff?
Uh, just inanimate things, furniture, other stuff, I imagine.
you check the rest of the house. Are they able to pass barriers at all?
Oh, yeah, they should be able to.
I mean, this is the only lead we got. She's either in here, near here, or was abducted and taken elsewhere. That's all we got.
Yeah. If you don't mind doing one more thing for me, largely the same, but if you can just expand your search to, since you're a lot faster than I am, to the rest of the house and the area around it, I would very much appreciate that.
In the water?
Yes. But if you see anything out of the ordinary outside of the water too.
Okay.
But in the water is where we have trouble accessing, though.
I will do a looking, and it will disappear into the water again and start dirtying around.
All right.
After a few minutes, it will come back. Do not see anything weird.
Huh. All right.
It is water. There are living things in it. There is some stuff in it that should not be there, but it is water.
The stuff you saw, would that just be things like blocks, other things that fishermen leave behind and things like that?
I think, I do not know. Stuff, not normal stuff.
Okay.
Gray things.
That sounds about like what we had seen before. All right. Well, thanks for your help. That actually helps a lot with ruling out some things. And thanks for your time. Sorry if I pulled you out of anything you were in the middle of.
It just kind of gurgles and disappears.
All right. Yeah, I'll relay back to the others. Yeah, they're not finding anything we haven't already found, which is bizarre. Huh.
Didn't notice any doors or anything?
I don't know if it would have. I don't know if they would have recognized that. I can go down there and see if I can spot anything like that. I mean, it being dark will matter a little bit less on the astral for what it's worth. Yeah, I'll give that a try, come to think of it. I'll sit down on the stairs. And I mean, I guess I could have done this before, but I mean, the water spirit still probably just moves around better in there than I do. And yeah, I'll project again and see if I can just look around at the walls. And actually, kind of, since it's underground, I can probably feel along the walls physically. Because the earth is solid on the astral, but other objects are not.
Yeah.
So I would go through a door if I were to press against it. I believe. So I'll try that.
Okay.
Unless the door is like, blockaded with dirt from the other side or something, I guess.
So going down there, you see there is in fact stuff. It looks like old bins of stuff and miscellaneous items of some previous owner. There is a washer and dryer that are big gray cubes. And you're just gonna start feeling around?
Yeah, I'll just feel along the walls. Unless I could see a door, but I was able to see one last time, I guess.
Give me a perception check.
Yeah. I was gonna ask if you wanted perception or sensing, but it's the same dice pool.
Yeah.
Well, I guess if it's a sensing, that doesn't use my magic so I don't think the background count actually affects it. Let's see. Are 9? Yeah. 3 hits.
So you're feeling around, you're looking around as you're along the wall where the washer and dryer are. You notice some kind of like almost flickering of aura, and you feel around near this washer and dryer unit, and you feel along the edges of it, and you realize there is actually a crevice behind this washer and dryer unit.
Huh.
You can actually feel a very subtle current of water passing through.
Interesting.
Well, not really a current because the water's fairly stagnant, but it
doesn't feel like it's running up against the wall. Yeah. Is it big enough for a person to have fit through before?
It's hard to tell. The washer and dryer's in the way.
Oh, okay. Well, I suppose I can go through the washer and dryer in my astral form.
That's true.
I'll very carefully make my way into there.
Yeah, it takes a moment to kind of wheel yourself through it, but you go through on the other side, and from the astral signatures, you pass a threshold of like gray that is cement, but then you can see that you are surrounded by the familiar multi-hues of earth that shapes a tunnel that goes deeper.
Oh.
And curves at a bend at some point, going beyond sight.
Okay. To maintain communication with everyone else, I'll pop back to my body so that I can tell them that I found the tunnel. Found a crevice behind the washer and dryer leading into a tunnel through the earth. I am going to explore it very carefully. I didn't see, I didn't see another door before I saw this. And I haven't seen anything in the tunnel, at least not yet.
What are the risks to you doing that?
If there's a spirit or something in there that's dangerous, I could be attacked. Beyond that, there isn't a lot. I mean, a spirit can encompass many different things, though, so... Yeah.
While you do that, I will reach out to my fixer, see if we can get dive gear.
Okay.
Your connection.
My connection. I have a connection.
Loyalty, I mean.
Either way, it's a 3.
Yeah.
Loyalty versus connection.
Back.
No one's picking up today.
Frankie doesn't pick up.
Not right now, at least.
All right. Well, I'll take my look again. I'll try to be quick and careful. Since it's just me, I am just scouting. Unless it's something I think I can take by myself, but I'll try to be cautious in that judgment. And
Okay.
I'll lay back down on the stairs and close my eyes and go back to the crevice.
All right.
You
start making your way down the tunnel.
Like really try to keep in mind the route I took to get here so that I can leave at the speed of thought if I need to.
You follow this tunnel. It winds, and it seems to connect to a junction that breaks off to multiple different pathways. Looks to be 3 other routes it connects to at the moment.
Oh, damn. Okay. There's a lot going on here. Well, I don't want to get lost in here, and there isn't really any way for me to mark things. Well, there kind of is, actually. I can definitely mark things. I can cast spells and leave an astral signature that I can see. Yeah, I'll use I'll just basically cast one of my spells that isn't gonna like hit anything to knock anything around. I'll cast Physical Mask, so I look slightly different for a moment. I'll go ahead and roll the let's see, it'll be force 1 9. No drain, and I'll cast and drop the illusion so that I can leave a bit of a signature in this area. I'm not planning on being here for super long, but I can at least find my way back to the junction if I'm by looking for that, hopefully. And I'll look down each of the passages and see if there's anything in particular in any of them that's more visible, or if they just stretch off into the distance or turn or something.
They just kind of stretch off as far as you can tell.
Okay. Well, I'll just go from left to right, and I'll go left first.
Okay.
And go, do they just intersect at right angles, or?
Not exactly, but for the most part, there's kind of like a left, almost straight ahead, and a vaguely right.
Okay.
But yeah, so going to the left, you go down a good ways, maybe about 10, 15 meters going into a bend, and around the corner of the bend, you can make out a gray shape in the distance, laying on the bottom of the tunnel. As you approach, it becomes distinctly more humanoid.
That's not a good sign.
Until you can find a troll body, vaguely troll shaped anyways, laying on the bottom.
Fuck. Alright, well, I can't get a fantastic look from the astral other than troll shaped, I assume.
Yeah.
Of a corpse, so I'll make a mental note of where this is and start to make my way back to my body.
Yeah.
And what it be before?
No problem. You make it way to your body just fine.
Alright. I open my eyes and sit up again. I have possibly bad news. I did see a body down there. The tunnel back there led to a junction that split off into 3 other tunnels. I just took the left one first and did find a corpse that is troll shaped. I can't see enough detail of something inanimate from the astral to tell who it is. So, not guaranteed to be Julie, but it's possible.
Certainly not a good sign.
We should check it out either way.
Yeah. St. Cloud, did your fixer pick up?
He did not.
Ah, damn. I can try mine, I suppose.
See, at this point, it's 1800.
Yeah.
We should probably wait until diving until tomorrow, though.
So it's not just insanely cold.
Nighttime diving in
Yeah, it
tunnels
is.
and-
It is dark out.
Yeah. Well, I guess if just retrieving the corpse is what we need to do, I could ask a spirit to do that as well. I mean, they can manifest solidly. So that is an option. I can do that, or I mean that isn't as precise as going ourselves though, because then I'm basically outsourcing it. We can't be there in person. What's everyone's opinion on that between spirit and diving gear?
I mean, we have our parameters. Gotta get in there. Get what we can.
I'm not a good swimmer.
I can swim, but I don't know how long I can hold my breath without diving gear.
Yeah, I'm not a good swimmer either. I will probably be floating myself through the water magically, if anything. But if anything goes wrong and I lose my concentration or something, it will not be pretty for me. Also with diving gear, we would probably owe somebody money, so that's a thing to consider too.
I don't think I have that skill.
Yeah, swimming is its own skill, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't
Yeah,
remember.
There's a diving skill.
That's what it was. Yeah, we talked about it.
Diving skill?
Yep.
I mean, already knowing where the body is, I can summon up a spirit to just go grab it real quick if we want.
Very good shit.
Only downside is just the washer and dryer in the way.
Yeah.
No, I'm just.
The spirit would have to be strong enough to move it, or one of you who are strong enough to move it goes down there and moves it.
Yeah, so it would have to be a higher force spirit, and that's a little difficult in the background count, and I'm also not great at summoning. It's doable, but see, how much strength would it take to move something like a washer or dryer by yourself anyway, through water?
Through water is the part where that gets tricky.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to do it very fast because it's through water, but you could do it. Like, in theory, the water is going to make it less difficult.
I mean, we have a vehicle. We just need rope.
I mean, also that.
You can't get the van over there. You gotta remember, this entire neighborhood is flooded out. You're not gonna be able to drive over there.
Oh, that's also fair.
Then the alternative would be to find other ways into the tunnel system.
Yeah, there are.
If we have diving suits, we can move the washer. Like,
Yeah.
the washer is not impossible to move.
You could hypothetically hold your breath, go down there, move it, come back up.
Yeah, also that. The only reason I want diving suits is because cold.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
We do not have, if we do not want to go diving regardless, we do not have the proper equipment. If it's her and she's dead, then she can wait a day. If it's not her, then it's dead and it can wait a day.
Whoever that is dead, but if it's not her, then our job is still time sensitive.
Yeah, but we don't want to put ourselves on death's door, like saving her, and we don't have insulated equipment right now.
Yeah.
Is what I mean.
Man, I have insulation, but I don't think I have insulation against water.
Yeah, you either need like a really thick wetsuit or a dry suit with insulation under it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I'm going to give you guys time to decide on how you want to do this and call the session here.
Okay.
That's fair. Okay. Oh yeah, we are 12:30.
Time to chew on this. Yes.
Yeah.
We've been playing for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. We went much longer than expected.
Which is fine. And next time we will see how you're going to handle this.
Yeah. Hopefully I wasn't too like flat today. I am still physically exhausted from painting a house yesterday.
Yeah.
Fine. This is
Anyway.
potentially going to be a pretty big tragedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially.
Probably call the recording here then.
Yep. We will next time we will find out what exactly did happen.
Yeah.
Nothing good. All right. Well, we'll see y'all next one. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.